When I was hello, people who are joining. Sharp lifters of the world, unite and take over. Hello, people. Just waiting for some stuff. Just fiddling about. Hope you guys are all good. Hope everyone's chilling today. Hi, Scouty Paws. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. And let's go. Yeah, I wasn't going to do one on here. And then I realized there's not much news today. So I'm chilling. Thank you for the heart. I also forgot to say thank you to anyone who donated on there yesterday. I do deeply apologize for that. It's very kind, you know. Thanks for the heart emojis, the hand hearts. Just tuned in and Chris is online. Yeah, I'm online. I wasn't planning on doing this today, but the news is just slow. What's up, my favorite Israeli agent? My name is Chris Rayleigh Kibutzler. That's my new name. I'm actually here at the start. Nice, man. Hello, Mr. Chris. Hello, everyone. What's good, K-Money? Not much. Probably won't be doing this as long today. Did attack Syria and destroyed Turkish equipment. Yeah, I know that happened, but there's not that much information. It just looks like a big attack on Turkish equipment, but we'll see. I'm a Zioni. Baruch Hashem. Thank you. Thanks to you for being a Zioni. What is a Zioni? Good morning from Tennessee. What the hell you got going on over there? Toast? Tennessee toast? Is that a thing? I don't know. About to have a tuna sandwich. Disgusting. Tuna sandwiches always grossed me out. How's it going? I'm doing fine, thank you. This clicky thing with this PC is crazy. Good morning, Heart Law. Chris Rayleigh, war criminal. No, I think Chris Rayleigh Kabutzler's the best one. A little birdie told me you and Isaac will be watching the Run, Hide, Fight Infidels movie for your new pod episode. Well, we can't watch that now. It's not out yet. Who else will blame the country of Afghanistan for their problems today? Yeah, I don't really having like a having a long conversation with sort of the crazed people. Advice for a recent ex to uni grad, MENA studies. What the fuck do I do with my life now? Try and become a TikToker. No, I don't know. That's a very hard thing to give you and tell you what to do. It's hard. It's hard to make it and to do things in this kind of field of Middle Eastern studies. It's really not an easy task. And you're very lucky if you do. I think apply for as much as you can. Keep pursuing it in your own personal time if you can. Working, reading, writing, that kind of stuff. And see how much further you can get with it. But it is tough. It is tough. And, you know, just do what works for you. But yeah, it's sorry if that's not the best advice. I was very, very blessed in terms of what I did. Yeah, I know. That was the problem with the Iranians yesterday. It was just sort of talking to people about... I mean, that guy was speaking nonsense. Please post about West Ham supporters. Maybe. I mean, I don't post about that much stuff. I don't always post. I'm trying to get back into posting, obviously. Maybe I will make a video about that. Getting your brain fried by your eloquent debaters. Are you planning on doing a Lebanon episode on your own or no politic here? Or have you done that already? Watch the Incendies yesterday, and wow, watched Incendies. What's Incendies? I don't know what that is. Maybe we'll do that one. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if we'll do a Lebanon episode. We did do one a while ago, a little bit about it, called like the many invasions of Lebanon, so maybe we'll do another one. Are there stream VODs anyway? Yeah, I have a channel on a certain platform. Hi Chris, I got into Cambridge the other day. Congratulations. Don't you get into Cambridge like later on? But I don't know. Congratulations. He did have a mustache before. I did have a mustache before. I also had a bit of a mustache this morning, and then I shaved it, so you can go see that if you want. But it was only a short one. Colonialism was good. Okay, cool. Thanks for your amazing commentary. Another lefty. Thanks for that. But yeah, congratulations on getting into Cambridge. Yeah. You seem to have angry eyes. Thank you. I have angry eyes. It's better than having sad eyes. Could you and Isaac do a Haiti episode? Maybe. I mean, the thing with a Haiti episode is we'd have to have someone on to do that with us, because I thought it was really good to have someone on to guide us through the Western Sahara stuff, and I really enjoyed that, and I thought Cogito's brilliant. But yeah, I'd like to have some other people. Colonialism saved billions of lives by introducing modern technology. What? Keep up the good work. Thank you. Chris with a mustache. I've never seen that. That was ages ago. But maybe a Haiti episode would be good. Zionism isn't colonialisms. Colonialisms didn't seek to genocide and displace entire native populations. What do you think happened in America? What do you think happened to the indigenous people across the Americas? Like, do you think they just magically disappeared? Trump lost the Iran war. If it was all in, you think they lose? I like this notion. It's like the Vietnam War. People convinced themselves that the Americans could have won it if they just went more in on it. But obviously they didn't win it. Are you Harry Potter? No. I wish I was. That boy was rich. He was balling. You see the money he got up in Gringotts? Are there any benefits of colonialism? As a chap said, bringing tech to indigenous people. Well, I mean, the whole thing is like, look, in a lot of colonial projects, that wasn't the aim. The predominant aim was to extract wealth. They cooked up different justifications at different times. Sometimes it was a religious justification. Sometimes it was some sort of civilizing mission. But this notion that it was beneficial, look about how many disasters that it brought about. Look at the consequences for millions of people in places like, India, in places like as well, the Congo, so many different places. And also today, like, look at, in Sudan, there's quite a strong argument to be made. I'm not enough of a scholar on Sudan, but people do make this argument. Mamdani's dad actually makes it, that a lot of the issues came from, in part from British colonization of Sudan and a lot of instability. And then you look at the neo-colonial period of today and all of the ills that still exist in our world, and I think there's a lot to say about that. And also the genocide of the indigenous people across the Americas. Hey, Meow, you're dead. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Thanks for supporting the channel. I hope you have a good day today, Dad. Well, I'm not your father, but thank you. Incendies is a movie by Denis Villeneuve with Lebanon in the 1980s as a setting. I've never heard of it. Sounds really interesting. Not having antibiotics or hospitals would be a much bigger tragedy than getting resources taken. Where was it that specifically colonialism introduced hospitals and antibiotics? Like, in many ways, you have, like, colonial realities today where hospitals and antibiotics are impacted by colonial realities. Places like Africa, look what's going on there. That's not because colonization did not bring about the kind of stability that's been able to prevent disease from still spreading and ravaging Africa. Did you watch Deji's new video? Surprisingly, I didn't watch Deji's new video. What do you think about religion? Religion is someone's personal engagement with God. And as long as it's not being forced on other people and people aren't being told that they have to behave certain ways because of it who are just not part of it, then fine. Like, if it doesn't interfere with me, I don't care. I don't think a religion is good or bad. I think it can be used for good ends, and I think it can be used for bad ends. Unfortunately, most religions, if not all religions, have been used for bad ends. You might find some very specific sects of religions that are generally not bad, but it's pretty hard to find, like even Buddhism, which people are like, oh yeah, Buddhism, that's a nice religion. Go look up what Singhala Buddhists do to Tamils in Sri Lanka. You don't think people would have discovered those things? White savior bullshit. Yeah, I mean, China did so well out of colonialism, and China hasn't been able to do anything good post-decolonization, I guess. Do you think these nations would have been better off? Well, I mean, look at somewhere like China. China decolonized, and look how far it's come. It's incredibly impressive. China is now the emergent power challenging everything, challenging Western hegemony. And, like, not long ago, it was having famines that were killing tens of millions of people. It has uplifted huge amounts of people out of poverty. There are things to criticize about it, sure, even its foreign policies, but yeah. It's more people as the issue as a religious person. Yeah, I mean, I don't really... When people are, like, trying to say bad things about any religion, it's like, yeah, pretty much every religion has been used for nasty ends. Really, really nasty ends. China is now colonizing the same nations the West used to occupy. Which nations is China colonizing? In Africa, is that your argument? There's plenty to criticize, by the way, about Chinese policies in places like Africa. Like Chinese weapons are still ending up in the hands of the RSF, I believe. Actually, Sudan's development is on a very bizarre track of basically creating a generation of people who are very skilled at using weaponry, as an unfortunate reality of what's happened there over the last few years. It's how development works. It doesn't stop when there's a massive war. Not gonna lie, I'm boarding a plane right now. This is the most fun thing I can watch. And careful watching me on a plane. I also don't think that thing about Dean Withers is true. Dean Withers seems to have evidence that it's not true, so... But then again, I've never been best friends with Dean Withers. So, yeah. What do you want me to say? Chris Rayleigh Kibbutz, what did you say to the Frenchies saying colonizing North Africa and some of the Middle East was okay because of Ottoman piracy and taking European hostages? If the French did it, it's bad. Yeah, I feel like Dean Withers posted something addressing those allegations, and that's all I've seen about that. Yeah. I'm sure Chinese state-run mining companies are engaging in bad practices. When did you hear me justify every policy? I don't want to sit here and justify everything that China does. It's not something that I'm interested in. Yeah, he did cry when he got he did cry when Charlie got kirked. Do you live in the US? You can guess by my accent. No. I do not live in the US. I live in a certain limey land. PC's making noises. Need to stop that. It's probably because I got freaking Likud websites open. I'm hanging out on the Likud website. It's my new favorite chat room to meet friends and influence people. You was happy after what happened to Charlie Kirk. Well, I don't think someone getting shot on a university campus is great, but I'm not really a fan of Charlie Kirk. I think he was a very repugnant individual, so I wasn't shedding tears over him. But I wasn't exactly out in the streets celebrating either. There is no other indigenous people who were like, we came to the land as colonizers and colonized things. Colonization is objectively good if we profit from it, and objectively bad when A, we don't profit from it, or even worse, or our adversaries profit from it. Exactly. Colonialism is only bad when China does it. Just off the Mayflower, yeah. That's my accent. Oh, the Young Conservative Network. I've been waiting to interact with you, Mr. Young Conservative Network. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. You got an interest in it. What's going on there? You got quite a posh voice, rivaling my own.
What? Subjective, yeah.
Did you go to private school?
Does that matter?
Oh, no, I'm just wondering because the accent.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. What's up?
Well, I'd like you to summarize why Zionism is bad.
I think Zionism is bad for a multitude of different reasons, if not most importantly, the instability that it has created in Southwest Asia and the negative consequences that it has had for the Palestinian people.
Do you think if, it wasn't controversial where Israel is, do you think Zionism would be fine?
What do you mean?
So let's say it's an uncontested area.
No, I think it's bad where it is, but also I think this idea of building an ethno-state anywhere on other people's land is not a good idea. Maybe in America, they could have a little bit. They could have a little bit. Yeah, I do. I think Israel has a specific set of laws that are preferentially treating Jewish people. I think it also has like a couple of parastate institutions that are basically like only for Jewish people. A good example of this is the Jewish National Fund. So the Jewish National Fund is actually, the chairperson of it is the head of the anti-Semitism charity in the UK. His name's Gideon Falter. He is he's on the board. I won't give his exact position because I don't remember it, of the Jewish National Fund. But anyway, the Jewish National Fund, I think, owns about 13% of the land in Israel. When the Jewish National Fund buys land, Palestinians can never go onto it. They can't live there. They can't work there. It is only for Jews, and it's effectively a state institution in Israel.
Is that just the same as any other trust, though?
Do we have that in England, like one that's only for white people? And when we buy land off non-white people, we call it redeeming it?
Well, the landowner decides who can go on
But
the
it's
land.
not. It's not a landowner. It's like a parastate institution. Effectively, it's called the Jewish National Fund. It's existed
So
for
it's
a
like
very
an
long time.
NGO.
Kind of, sort of. It's like a. It's like a quasi-governmental thing. It's like something that owns quite a considerable amount of land in Israel, basically.
And I do quite like Gideon, so I might have to, you
Is this
know.
a joke?
No, I like Gideon. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you forget, okay, what he's doing in Israel, allegedly what you've brought up, do you not think campaigning on anti-Semitism is a good work he does?
No, because I think he targets things that aren't anti-Semitism on with the goal of stifling criticism about Israel. I think it's a quite a common strategy amongst people. I think that all of these people who invoke persecution of Jewish people historically, but support persecution of Palestinians now, are absolute frauds. Because
Well, their
obviously,
recent campaigns are against Boomtown, I believe. I believe that's one of the places
this
where
is a bit, isn't it?
what?
Are you doing a bit?
No, Kneecap. That's the ones who aren't really a fan of my kind. That should have been arrested, but it was too long ago. I believe that was the law that it got thrown out. Right?
What
Do you like
law?
Kneecap?
I think they got some good songs.
They were going to be my kind as in conservatives. I'm not being racist, the chat, or whatever you're trying to say.
Are you part of the landed gentry?
I wish.
Do you have a stately home?
Again, I wish. No, I live in SW.
Okay. This is kind of derailed. I don't really understand what you're like. Why you're so a friend of? Why would describe yourself as a friend
Israel.
of Israel?
Absolutely. I'm a member of the Conservative Friends of Israel.
Why would you
Friend
be
of
a
the.
membership of a group like that? Do you not think it's weird to have like these lobbying groups in our democracy that pay for like foreign visits to a country that's committing untold amounts of war crimes, whose leader is wanted by the International Criminal Court? Isn't that a bit odd?
No, I don't think it is. What is the difference between, you know, friends of India, friends of Pakistan, friends
I think
of.
there's plenty to criticize about those organizations too, but I don't think any of them are as prominent as Friends of Israel.
What do you think their lobbying results in, though? We're not the biggest friend of Israel as a country anyway.
No, but I think what it is to result in is for people like you to kind of do propaganda for the state of Israel. Like that's sort of the point of the institution, to protect Israel from criticism and keep people focused on discourse that prevents us from finding any kind of equitable solution to the Palestinian cause.
I think it's absolutely fair to criticize any country, but you
But the whole
know,
thing is people like, you must admit, people like Gideon Falter try and make it out that calling Netanyahu a war criminal, saying Israel is perpetrating genocide, is anti-Semitic, when it is not. Any country can perpetrate genocide. It doesn't matter what your history is. Genocide is a thing that can be perpetrated by anyone.
but people attacking and boycotting Gale, well, not boycotting, literally attacking Gales, an innocent little bakery.
This is a
That's
bit. This is a
anti-Semitism.
bit. This is a bit.
Do you not like Gales?
This has to be a bit. I looked at your profile and you're like talking
Yeah.
to Jacob Rees-Mogg and stuff, but this is like a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seriously, attacking Gales.
I mean, I am slightly joking, but it is anti-Semitism. Going after Gales for Jewish leadership.
Well, Gales is an Israeli company, is it not? It's founded by an Israeli.
And how do you distinguish Israeli and Jewish based off the attacks
Well, an
on the
Israeli
company?
is someone who's from the country of Israel.
Well, of course, yes, but if the attack is calling him a dirty Jew, for
Well, yes,
example,
that
is
would be
that because he's Israeli?
anti-Semitic. That would be anti-Semitic. But talking about talking about Gale's relationship with Israel is obviously not anti-Semitic.
But they're not talking about Israel. They're talking about the the Jewishness of a founder who's not involved with the company anymore.
So I'm not from London. Gales is pretty much
Mm.
a London centric thing, so I'm not really aware why people don't like Gales, but I'm sure it's for legitimate reason.
Well, the Jewish founder is why it was getting attacked, and then you
Well, isn't
know
that founder Israeli rather than Jewish? Rather than exclusively Jewish? Because not every
they
Jewish person is Israeli.
well, it was spray painted about him being Jewish rather than Israeli.
Well, yes, if it was a target on someone being Jewish, then yes, that's anti Semitic. But if it's
And
talking about him being Israeli,
that's what the campaign against anti-Semitism fights against.
yes, but they also clearly are much more obsessed with Israel related stuff. I also, by the way, I personally know Gideon Falter lied about. So if you remember, Gideon Falter got himself in a bit of trouble because he pretended to go to a pro-Palestine march and pretended that he wasn't allowed to walk through it. I actually happened to see Gideon Falter at said pro-Palestine march. Gideon Falter had walked through the entire pro-Palestine march and no one had done anything. He claimed he was just going to the synagogue on a standard Saturday afternoon, but for some reason he was stood with a massive bodyguard. So I have absolutely no idea why you would trust this man. I think he's a liar.
Maybe it was a possible campaign thing he was doing and it failed, but it's still a charity he's running.
I think it probably shouldn't be a charity. I think if you're associated with the Jewish National Fund, I don't think you care about anti Semitism.
How can you keep anti-Semitism out of the pro-Pal crowd then, do you think?
Because I think that there are always going to be opportunists who don't like Jewish people anywhere in the world at any time, because there are opportunists who don't like any race all over the world. Fundamentally, what the cause of Palestine is about Palestinian liberation from Israeli oppression.
And also with the upcoming Israeli elections, do you think you're going to be more favorable to Israel with a different prime minister?
No.
Or is it the existence of Israel as a whole?
I mean, I don't like the existence of Israel as a whole, but I think there's also a problem around the next election. What's really on the table at the Israeli elections?
Ismail Ben-Gvir, Benjamin Netanyahu,
Yeah, these are just
slightly
but
more
the thing
libertarian
is
guy.
these are just sort of figureheads of a repugnant project that's been repugnant before them and will continue to be repugnant after them.
What's repugnant about Ismail Ben-Gvir?
I think when he openly states his desire to torture and kill Palestinians, to starve them. I think when also he's like, we should kill 40 people per night, every night in Gaza, even people who are uninvolved that may be a future threat to our state.
I mean, see, these are misquoted things, right?
He said this the other day.
Most of that comes from the death penalty for criminals who have committed
No, he
crimes
was
in
talking about
Israel.
killing 30 to 40 people in Gaza each night. And
is that not factual? The Hamas fighters.
far-right Israeli minister advocates killing 30 to 40 people every night. I think we should be doing 30 to 40 targeted assassinations per night, Ben-Gvir said. Not just those who pose an immediate threat. There are people there who don't deserve to live. They are not even people.
Yeah, I agree. Terrorists aren't people.
But he's
People who
saying
should
people
be.
who aren't even an immediate threat to Israel. There's no justification for that under international law.
If somebody's plotting to,
But
if
he says,
somebody's
but somebody's
plotting
not
to, if
plotting if
somebody's
they're.
plotting,
But someone's.
well, I,
If
that's
someone's
what I
not.
imagine.
Anyone who's plotting would be an immediate threat. Someone who's not plotting is not an immediate threat. He's talking about killing anyone. And by the way, he also encourages mass ethnic cleansing. He literally talks about how they should settle Gaza and encourage voluntary
But he's
migration.
he's the he's the essentially Home Office minister, and he allows Arabs to live in Israel. So
Yeah, but
you
he
know,
doesn't want Arabs to live in Israel. He doesn't want Palestinians to live there. He's trying to actively expel them. Which
but
is,
what
by the
is
way, this is a
Palestine?
crime against humanity as well. Like, you speak about it with such insignificance, but this is a crime against humanity.
I don't. But clarify. No, I want to know what you think. What is?
What? What's ethnic cleansing?
But it isn't ethnic cleansing, though, is it?
Well, how is it not ethnic cleansing?
Because they're targeting a terrorist organization.
But he's talking about voluntary migration of an entire population. That's not a terrorist organization. Voluntary migration is just a euphemism in the same way that the Nazis hid behind euphemisms about the things that they were doing.
So you're talking about Palestinians in Israel, or
He's talking about
no?
Palestinian. 2 million people live in
Well, I mean, what are
Gaza.
you talking about?
He's talking about 2 million Palestinians in Gaza first. He wants to ethnically cleanse all of them, 2 million people. And that's a crime against humanity. There's
I
no
don't think he
justification for
does.
it. Yeah, he's talking about voluntary migration. He's talking about how Jews should settle the whole land.
Well, I mean, they have a fair territorial claim to that land.
So you support ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't. I think there's a fair coexistence, which Israel wants. They have a history of accepting.
So Ben Gvir doesn't want that, though. He openly talks about voluntary migration.
Well, I know, but he's a politician. He's not a voice for the whole country.
But the thing is okay, Ben Gvir might not be a voice for the whole country in the same way that the worst of the worst at the upper echelons of Nazism weren't always representative of everyone. But the thing is they went along. People who weren't as ideologically committed as, say, someone like Goebbels was, went along with what Goebbels wanted. So in the case of Israel, Ben Gvir says, well, we should encourage voluntary migration, whilst a bunch of people who are like, I'm anti-Netanyahu, I want peace, are the ones who drop the bombs from the fighter jets. They're the ones who kill scores and scores of Palestinians. So I tend to find this thing of him not being representative, especially when he controls the country's police and prison system, as kind of being a bit of a moot point.
Well, I think especially when there's a new government, which is likely going to be one party rather than this disjointed work they've got at the moment. I think it will be completely unfair to because you're comparing Nazi Germany to Germany. It's a different government, so
It'll be a mishmash of different parties with Gadi Eisenkot if he wins.
will it?
Yeah, that's how the
If
Israeli
he wins
electoral
enough.
system works. They have to make a coalition. It's not really possible to win outright.
Well, maybe I need to look into more of the electoral system of Israel.
Well, I mean, if you're a friend of Israel, you would think that you understand it. I wouldn't describe myself as a friend of a country when I don't have an understanding of what it's actually like.
Well, the electoral system isn't it's quite a niche detail.
Okay.
Do you think there's a genocide?
Yeah, I do.
And what is that rooted in?
What do you mean? What is that rooted in?
What's the I mean, the Gaza Health Ministry is controlled by Hamas, and the
But that
figures
wouldn't
they've
affect whether
stated.
it was a genocide.
Well, so what do you think constitutes as a genocide?
I think genocide is both a legal and a scholarly concept, okay? And I think amongst scholars, there is a pretty large agreement that what Israel is doing is genocide because they tend to view genocide as much more involving the cultural element. But I think even under the UN definition, I think you regularly hear Israeli politicians talk about what their desires are to do the Palestinian people. And I think if you take it as trying to eliminate a people in part or in whole, they have categorically done that. I mean, they've wounded and killed something like 10% of the population. I believe there's about 150,000 people wounded, coupled with over, at minimum, 70,000 people dead. I mean, they've nearly killed 5% of the population of Gaza, somewhere around that 3 to 4%, which is an enormous number of human beings to have been killed, predominantly women and children, by the way, as well, which is, if you even compare it to something like the Syrian
Well,
civil war, Syrian civil war lasted 14 years, by the way, and the number of civilians killed, I think, is like 300,000. There's about
I mean, that is
13,000
a
women killed.
genocide. That is what people,
What is?
talk. The Syrian Bashar al-Assad against his own people,
Why is that a genocide?
because he was using chemical weapons against his own people.
But then you wouldn't understand what the concept of a genocide is, because whilst that's a war crime, there's no aim of Bashar al-Assad to eliminate a specific section of the population, in part or in whole.
Kurdish people, mate.
No, Bashar's relationship with the Kurds was complex, but he wasn't seeking to eliminate Kurds. The Islamic State probably were, yes, but even then, I actually don't really know, because I feel like you could be a Kurdish member of ISIS if you really fancied it.
Well, so with with Hamas fighters and Hezbollah fighters recruiting children, would you count that in the child death toll, which isn't actually a separate toll? It's included in the same toll as the ones where Hamas fighters are tied into the.
I think prior to October the 7th, Hamas had a very strict policy of not really recruiting anyone under the age of 18. I think some other organizations in Gaza might have done it. Post October the 7th, that may have changed, but generally they didn't en masse recruit child soldiers. It's just a justification that Israel makes. And by the way, if you read testimonies of Israeli soldiers, it says the opposite. There were multiple articles in Haaretz that came out with people being interviewed that were like, yeah, we just have kill zones in Gaza and we kill people for crossing an arbitrary line. We basically target massive amounts of anyone who we deem to be a threat, and we deem all 17-year-old men as a threat.
A 17-year-old man with a gun or a bomb is a
No,
threat.
I think most of them don't have guns and bombs.
It's subjective.
What, a 17-year-old without a gun, you think you just have a right to kill them?
If they were posing
But,
a
like,
serious threat, but this is true for
But like,
anywhere.
I don't really understand how like any of the morality which you would preach and use to justify supporting Israel is in any way consonant with how Israel actually behaves. It's like covering your eyes. So, I learnt this recently. In 2003, Israelis elected someone who crushed a Palestinian. The Palestinian had allegedly been involved in a hijacking, but the Israelis elected someone who crushed a Palestinian's head with a stone. Like an unarmed Palestinian who'd been arrested. They crushed his head with a stone and Israelis elected him. They elected mass murderers like Ariel Sharon. And by the way, the whole time our country maintained a friendship with them, a guy who was criminally complicit in one of the worst massacres of recent, in all of the Israel and Palestine's history, the Sabra and Shatila massacre. And the Israelis elected him. And I think this whole thing of trying to moralize and say, like, oh, well, the Palestinians did this, well, the Palestinians did that. Go look at what the Israelis have done. It's much worse. That's not what I'm basing my opinion on. My opinion is based much more on the fact that it is wrong and totally unacceptable to deny people basic humanity and a right to live in their own land with dignity. And that's what Israel's premised on. It's premised on building
Gaza
a Jewish...
has elected a terrorist organization called Hamas.
Yes, but Israel has elected people far worse than Hamas.
But they've elected a whole government of Hamas as opposed to one maybe controversial.
Israel elected a government of Benjamin Netanyahu. They also elected a government of Ariel Sharon. Ariel Sharon's killings of innocent people are far larger than anything Hamas ever did.
I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is as bad as,
No, he's worse.
allegedly, as you say, somebody that has crushed a... Benjamin Netanyahu is worse as somebody who crushed a skull of an innocent man.
Oh no, he was a member of the same party as Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, there were people...
His name is Ehud Yatom, is his name. He was elected in 2003. There was a controversy. He worked for the Shin Bet and was one of the agents who killed 2 terrorists in the Cav 300 extrajudicial killing in 1984 by smashing their heads with rocks. And the Israelis elected him. But Ariel Sharon was elected prime minister, okay? So Ariel Sharon, go look up the Sabra and Shatila massacre and look what he did in it. He got his soldiers to fire flares in the air as a group of Christian fascists went into a refugee camp and slaughtered between 800 and 3,500 people. And he got his soldiers to fire flares in the air so they could do it. And you say you're a friend of the country that elected him and treated him like a hero.
Absolutely, because, a government is not the same as the people.
But you're a friend of the country with that government.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just feels pretty odd. That you would have such immoral crimes with, say, Hamas, but then you'd be fine with Israel.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make logical sense.
Does it need to? Terrorist organization versus Benjamin Netanyahu trying to look after his country, defend his country.
But the whole thing of just saying terrorist organization is an easy get-out-of-jail-free card from kind of just confronting the reality of how barbaric Israeli policy has been towards Palestinians.
How has it been?
I think I've explained it quite clearly. I think I've explained it quite clearly how it's barbaric. I don't think you really know anything about this. I'm going to be honest.
Educate me.
It's not my duty to educate you. There's plenty of content out there, and there's also plenty of books. And I feel like I've already given you a lot of arguments, and you just keep sort of reading off random buzzword shit that is kind of just the problem with how people have understood Palestine for too long, which is just through these kind of paradigms that don't really have any reality or make sense.
Mm. Well, what would make you support Israel?
There is nothing that Israel could do to make me support it.
So, what is your solution to the problem?
I don't think we can have ethno-states in a land that historically was not an ethno-state. I also really do not think
But
that...
there's a problem with you saying it's an ethno-state. It's not an ethno-state.
Okay, how is it not an ethno-state?
There are Christians, there are Arabs, there are Europeans, there are
Are there
Africans.
any laws which preference Jewish people over non-Jewish people?
Probably as a Jewish country there are.
Yeah, it works in service in the state for Jewish people. It's an ethno-state. So go look up the
But again, a lot of that stuff
2018
will have to
nation-state
change.
law. What do you
A
mean
lot
has
of
to
that stuff is
change?
going to change
How is it going to
eventually
change?
because the growing Hasidic population is going to outgrow the as you say, non-preferentiated groups in Israel. So eventually those laws are going to have to change anyway.
Yeah, but if the Hasidic population grows, then they'll probably just institute halakha law, which is just Jewish
Yeah,
religious law.
but then Israel won't be able to fight, and they tend to not want to fight anyway. So in your eyes, that would be a peaceful state, right?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know that Israel will turn into a halakha Orthodox Jewish state at any point in the near future.
Well, if somebody's having 10 children versus 1 children, they're going to rapidly change the population.
Yeah, but by
And
2050, I think it's only like 1 in 3, maybe, or like actually, I think it only goes up to 25% of the population will be ultra Orthodox by that point. And even then, by the way, that's what's more on the table at the next election. It's not their relationship with the Palestinians; it's whether they elect Gadi Eisenkot, who doesn't want that kind of stuff, or they elect Netanyahu, whose coalition is based on that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. That's why it's not. There's problems with every country.
Yeah, but most countries aren't an apartheid ethno-state that perpetrates genocide.
You said I use buzzwords, but they're both buzzwords. It isn't,
Yeah, but the thing
ethno-state.
is there's backup to support what I'm saying, but you're just saying like shit like, well, Hamas terrorist organization, which, I have to agree with legally speaking because our government designates it as such. But I think that the word is totally meaningless when Israel is not designated as a terrorist organization.
Pardon, I didn't hear that, sorry.
Goodness me. It just feels like you don't... I don't know why you were so interested in talking about this. It feels like you don't know even like base level stuff about Israel and Palestine.
No, I don't spend all my day talking about it, no.
But so why would you declare yourself to be a friend of Israel?
Because I'm not a friend of a terrorist government.
Okay, right, brilliant. Thanks for that. It's good to see that the young conservatives really have a monopoly on intelligence in this world. I could pull up the bingo card, but I don't know how to get it up on both screens at once. He was just farming you for info. I have no idea what he was up to. It doesn't really define how evil they are. It doesn't mean anything in the context of like, if Israel is it doesn't mean anything in the context if Israel is not designated a terrorist organization. What is your opinion on Oliver Larkin and Elijah Manley? I don't know. Also, hello, Arun. Good to see you. Hi, Chris. Hi, chat. Hello, Mahdi. Why are you just spamming about the occupation of Ofrin and Kanye? Sir Kanye? I don't know if that says Sir Kanye. I mean, not great.
Good afternoon.
Hello, George. It's been a long time.
It has.
Have you finally managed to unblock me?
No, it seems you've made a new account.
That after you cried off. Yeah, gotcha. So if we actually look at Hamas and their recruitment infrastructure and network, then kids that are actively recruited lose their protection under the Geneva Convention and UN international framework. So therefore, they become belligerent
How many kids
to
have
the
been?
conflict.
How many kids have been recruited?
So you see, Hamas have
You sound like James Acaster, by the way. Do it like James Acaster doing a silly impression of a posh person.
I don't know who he is, but regardless, if we actually look at kids being recruited, they're being recruited as young as 4 years old.
I mean, I don't think there's any evidence that 4-year-olds are being recruited.
The UN have actually published documentation.
Okay,
on
what's
that.
the UN document about a 4-year-old being recruited?
Oh, you can look that up for yourself, mate.
No,
if you
no,
want
no,
to go
no, no,
down
no,
that
no,
line.
no, 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 no. If you're going to make a boisterous claim like
No,
that,
you can actually look up online.
okay,
There's a document produced by the UN that states 4-year-olds are being recruited by Hamas.
nothing.
It's literally one of the top searches.
Nothing comes up.
It's literally one of the top searches. So I know you're bullshit.
It says IDF claims Hamas cynically sent a
No, it's
4-year-old
a UN
boy
document,
to
official document.
What's the web? What's it called?
It's a UN official document.
I've searched.
It's literally one of the top searches. It's really not that difficult. Use your one brain cell.
Okay, wait. I'll show you. Okay, right. I searched UN 4-year-olds recruited in Gaza Hamas. The top search
Scroll
is
down.
this.
Scroll down. There's a US document, not US, UN document.
There's no UN document saying that.
Well, if you put in child,
but there's no UN
child
document
soldiers,
saying that.
If you research child militants, Hamas recruitment, you'll find it.
Hamas, Gaza, UN.
Because you see, kids actually do lose their protective status under the Geneva Convention.
What is this? I really can't find this. There's no UN
document. Well, I found it within 2 seconds.
Okay, what's it called? Just tell me.
I literally gave you the document name.
Okay, why not show it on your screen then? Because no one else can see.
Well, I can't because I don't have privileges.
Okay, right, yeah, but you can't tell me. You can't. The thing is, wait. The thing is you're saying here, okay, that this document exists. It doesn't come up via search. It feels like this is pretty fictitious. So I think we can instantaneously establish that you're lying.
Fictitious, mate. When I found it within 2 seconds.
Well, then I think I just showed you me searching it. And
well,
it didn't
the fact that you can't find it is a you problem.
Okay, brilliant.
But you see, when we actually look at the Geneva Convention and international framework from the UN, then Hamas are actually committing more war crimes.
How so?
Because using children in a conflict is a crime against humanity.
Okay, but so is killing and targeting children, which is something that Israel
is categorically they lose their protected status.
But the thing is you cited. But the thing is you cited a UN document which doesn't exist by the sounds of things because you can't show it. You also can't tell me where it exists, where it's from, what the name of the document is.
2 seconds. I can give you the report. I can send you the report afterwards.
No, you can tell me now because I think everyone is seeing that you can't produce this document.
Well, I can also send you the document afterwards. But sure, mate.
Okay, fine. Yeah, well, you said that I should find it on the first search. I can hear you using a computer in the background.
I'm not. I'm literally.
We just heard the windows.
On my desk.
We heard the window. We heard the window sound. Everyone just heard the window sound.
So I'm not allowed to get emails now.
Well, you just claimed that you're not in front of.
I'm not allowed to receive emails from other sources.
Okay, I like this
so
bit.
Sure, mate. I know you don't work, but for me, I actually receive email correspondence. You see.
So you see, I'm receiving emails. Good for you, mate. Good luck.
So the fact that you now pivoting just proves to me that you don't have a clue about basic international warfare and law.
So the thing is, right, is theoretically, if this were true, which you haven't been able to produce this, in spite of the fact that you just
the document.
Well, George, you can tell me the name of the document, and I can search it right now.
I can literally give you the document as well. I can send you the link to the document as well afterwards.
Well, but you're in front of a computer. Excuse me, you're in front of a computer right now, so you could.
I'm in front of a computer. Yeah, a work computer. I work in a highly sensitive sector of the economy. So sure, mate. So what do you do for work apart from looking like a 50-year-old?
Well, looking like a 50-year-old wouldn't be a job.
Well, the fact that you look like you're 50, you look absolutely like shit. No offense.
I mean,
And you're debating people online. Is that all you've got?
I mean, I think like George. I think like the thing is like realistically here. Okay, you've just sort of resorted to ad hominems. I'm not going to make comments.
Rich.
I'm not going to make comments about like who you are and what you are. But there is plenty of ammunition to say about the things you're saying, the things you're doing, the way you behave online, and
Well, that's rich coming from you.
Okay, great. I mean, so I think already this is pretty much a dead conversation because you're
Well, not
lying.
really, because we're talking about international law.
Okay.
And you do concede that Hamas do use children as militants.
Well, I'd like to see the article that you said that 14-year-olds were being used.
But do you concede that they are?
I think prior to October the 7th, there was a very strict policy against using people as soldiers who were under the age of 18. I think maybe post there are maybe some 16-year-olds who became members, but I don't think there's mass child recruitment. I don't think you've been able to produce a document which suggests that. You said 4-year-olds were being recruited by Hamas.
Apart from their first-hand testimony of kids as young as 12 being recruited.
Okay, where is that? Where is that? Where is that?
It's literally a Channel 4 documentary as well.
Okay, wait. Channel 4, kids as young as 12 recruited to Hamas.
Jesus. I'm really... I'm surprised that the government haven't actually looked at your search history yet, because this is really concerning. Like, have you got an IP? Like, have you got a VPN going on here as well?
By the way, I'm just looking here. There's no mention of a Channel 4 documentary.
I've watched the documentary as well.
There's no Channel 4 documentary here that comes up about child soldiers in Gaza. Child soldiers, Gaza. Child soldiers, Gaza. Child soldiers, Gaza. Channel 4. That should bring it up. The first one is
research on YouTube.
The first one is Gaza's children on the scars of war and hopes for future. Watch Gaza's children, dispatches children of Gaza. Should the UK offer more Gaza children life-saving NHS care? So the article in the documentary that you're suggesting doesn't exist.
You do realise you can go onto YouTube and actually research the documentary yourself.
What's it called?
I'll also provide the link to that one as well, since you're struggling to actually find
Channel 4 Gaza.
Basic articles and videos.
Children.
Jesus Christ.
Child soldiers. Yeah, I mean, search YouTube right now, and that's not what's coming up. It says, if you search it, it says Palestinian... Wait.
Like
I think it's actually a good idea to search this because, you basically admitted that targeting children is wrong. Palestinian baby released...
Not really, when they become belligerent.
Palestinian baby released from Israeli detention with burns on their legs. Do you think this kid here was a belligerent?
But you see...
Do you think that kid there was a belligerent? Yeah, okay. I think, George,
He could have been.
George, I think that this is enough out of you. I think that you're not a well person, and I think.
Well, the fact that you're not willing to debate.
George, I don't think there's any plausibility of debating you. I don't think you're well. I think there's something like deeply wrong in your brain, and there is something just deeply wrong with you. Like, I don't know what it is, and I hope that you can find some kind of help or satisfaction with that kind of stuff.
Hello. Yeah, hi.
What's up?
Can I debate you on the third one? Trump lost the Iran war.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, first of all, can I just say I'm not a supporter of America. I think the war was a stupid idea, but to say Trump lost,
yeah,
and therefore Iran won is just such a ridiculous thing to say.
How so?
No one won that war. How so? Okay, look at Iran's.
Oh my gosh! What is going on with your mic? What is going on with your mic? Why are you talking like that?
Hello.
But why are you breathing into the mic? What is that?
It's my headphone microphone. Sorry, I'm outside.
Why? Can you go inside?
Is that better? Is that better?
Well, now you just sound really far away. Now you just sound really far away.
Better.
That's probably okay.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Anyway, as I was saying,
yeah.
Iran's leadership got completely wiped out. First off.
Yeah, but wait. I think already that's something worth quibbling with, because, like, even if your position is, I really hate the Islamic Republic, okay, surely you must admit that whilst certain figures in it have been killed, Mujtaba Khamenei has succeeded his father. What's going on with him? Don't know. But certainly those with the same kind of ideas as those who came before them, except for maybe being more interested in going on the offensive against America, are now in
I
power.
mean,
It's hardly been
okay,
also,
hold
by
on,
the way,
hold on,
one
hold
of the
on.
things I just want to also add this just really quickly.
Go on, go on.
When the Islamic Republic was founded, I'm sure you've heard about this, the majority of
Yeah,
the leadership
1979.
of the Islamic Republic was actually assassinated, or like huge amounts of it, by the MEK. This is like something that's happened
That's
before.
true.
And the Islamic
That's
Republic
true.
managed to continue then. And I think now, after it's been entrenched for about, 47 years, you're talking about like that doesn't, like, it matters, sure, some people being killed, but at the same time, people can be replaced.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. First of all, no one knows where Mujtaba is. There's no verifiable evidence he's alive. Every picture of him has either been old footage or completely just AI generated.
I think the belief
First of all.
is that he is alive, but that he might be quite badly wounded. I think that's the assessment. I think
The belief, but there's no actual proof.
I think
of
that's
him
what
being alive.
the intelligence assessments were previously. I haven't read any recently.
Who's intelligent?
American, Western intelligence. I don't know what the Israelis are saying, but that was generally the
I
opinion.
mean, Israel's saying that he's gone. To be fair, but yeah, there's no either way, alive or dead. There's no proof either way. It's all fake. So Iran's just making a bunch of Iran's just making it all up that Mujtaba's here. We don't know where he is. They probably don't know either.
Okay.
That's first of all. Secondly, Iran can say goodbye to any nuclear work. The whole country got destroyed, even if it's not nuclear weapons, which they probably never wanted anyway. Any nuclear energy, it's all just been blown up. So that's not really a win, is it?
Yeah, but I think that if you look at the position the Islamic Republic were in, and historically how, like, America had carried out big attacks on Iran previously. I mean, in 2025, they carried out a massive bombing run, the Midnight Hammer thing, but the Iranians only really responded by hitting an empty base. If you look at what Iran's been up to, they have clearly shown a sophistication in targeting US military bases and a strategy of attrition, which basically makes it impossible for the Americans to fight them because they have to start choosing, holy shit, what am I actually going to intercept? Because they're going to just fire missiles at me that I can't hit. That's the major issue right now for the US. Also, I think when you look at the wider problems for the US, the US has disgraced itself when it comes to countries throughout the region because it's been unable to offer protection. In fact, nonsensically, for some reason, I mean, I know why, but nonsensically, when it comes to reasoning, the US chose to defend Israel, which is realistically, in comparison to the Gulf states, economically inconsequential. The Gulf states are the real economic powerhouse of the Middle East. So the US kind of disgraced itself there. It showed an inability to protect them. It cannot get the Strait of Hormuz open. But perhaps most importantly, when it comes to the Iranians sort of declaring a victory, is the fact that the Iranians managed to not only survive against mass American bombing with the Israelis after their leader was assassinated, but they're also hitting back.
Okay, yeah, sure. So they're hitting back, right? And they've somewhat survived. Again, none of the leadership has survived. And what you're saying about
members of the
America,
leadership have survived.
Some, but a majority have just been completely wiped.
Well,
All
there's
of
still
America,
like
Trump.
Archie, there's still people like Pezeshkian, Ghalibaf, like others.
Yeah, sure, but okay, first of all, these are people who are under the IRGC, like the Prime Minister, for example. He has no power over the IRGC, only the Supreme Leader.
So then,
and as we previously...
But then the argument
as
would be is that
said, we don't know where Mujtaba is.
But wait. If these people are all under the thumb of the Islamic Republic, right, or the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that would mean that there's continuity because the IRGC were already very powerful. So effectively, then it would be meaningless as a victory for Khamenei to be assassinated.
No, Khamenei, as the supreme leader, he's pretty much the only one who can fully control the IRGC. If you understand what I'm saying. The Prime Minister and all of them, they don't have much power over IRGC in terms of commanding them to fight.
Yeah, but still, there's kind of like a lockstep between the IRGC and Khamenei anyway. If anything, all he's removed is more of a check on the IRGC firing missiles. But also, right, okay, let's just talk about this. America's main contention would probably be with members of the IRGC who are interested in building a bomb, who are interested in advancing aggressive strategies against America. So how would killing Khamenei have stopped that and made Iran lose?
I mean, it's not just Khamenei who's died, is it? Lots of the IRGC heads as
Yes,
well.
but it's still evident that, as you're
So-
saying, that the IRGC is still have considerable power if, these people have an inability to stop them. So it would kind of show that, yeah, they're still...
No, there's not necessarily an inability. They have, in a large part, been stopped, both within and outside of Iran.
How so?
More outside of Iran, but still. Well, I mean, you look at Iran's IRGC proxies, right? Hezbollah destroyed, Hamas destroyed, Houthis, they're kind of holding on, but
The Houthis
who
aren't
knows
just
how long
holding
they'll
on. The
last.
Houthis are attacking Saudi Arabia and causing massive economic issues. By the way, some
Yeah,
lady...
they've always done
Some
that,
lady
so-
called Suzanne Dahlgreen, who's an expert in Yemen and does not seem to be a fan of the Houthis, claims that in 2025, the Trump administration gave the Houthis a massive financial package because they were so
well, I don't know
concerned
about
about
that. I
being
can't-
unable to get rid of them and defeat them.
I can't say anything. I
And
don't know
so
about
I think that the other thing is, as well, is whilst the problem with Hezbollah is, what on earth is going on with your microphone?
Again, I'm outside. It's my bad and
Okay, right. I'm gonna have to remove you because your internet's going insane. I am gonna keep this up, guys, but I have to go pee, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I hope everyone was being nice in the chat whilst I was gone. Yeah, I like the debates. I know I probably wouldn't have done them today if there wasn't so much going on. So little going on. Comrade Chair, yes, the chair is doing bits. Did you wash your hands? Oh, don't start with this. This is how other people behave on my other platforms. Let me back up. I was dropped. I would let you up, but your connection is horrible. Your connection is horrible. Your internet is horrible. Your microphone is horrible. So I just feel like, is that a good idea? Yeah, like it's sort of a rise me back up. Okay. Hello? Oh yeah, no, still.
Hello,
Hello.
is this better?
Slightly better, yeah.
Testing. Okay, perfect. Right. So we were talking about Lebanon and Hezbollah, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they've been mostly wiped out. Israel keeps advancing into the south of Lebanon. I don't think they have much time left.
I think the thing with Hezbollah, though, is a little bit more complex in the sense of increasingly the US government is pressuring the Lebanese government to target Hezbollah, and that's their actual problem. The question of whether Hezbollah has the ability to fight back, I think that they've actually shown that they do have that ability, and one of the ways in which one of the reasons that I'd say like err on the side of wiping them out is I think Hezbollah were in the worst position that they've ever been in their history in 2024 when Israel did the pager operation, the terror attack, and they also carried out the killing of
Nasrallah.
Nasrallah, yes.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, IRGC in Lebanon, yeah, because you're right, the Lebanese government have been getting involved as well. So, I think they're on the downfall. Hamas, they've got no power left either. really. 'Cause there's
Um,
not anything you can do against Israel anymore.
I mean, they still exist, but also I think the thing about Hamas is they were obviously going to be the weakest node in the axis of resistance because supplying them with weaponry is
Yeah.
by far the most complex. But I think the thing is that the Houthis still exist, and the major thing is Iran has shown an ability to project power without the need of that axis of resistance. So before America started this, the axis of resistance was already incredibly degraded. But especially in the case of like the fall of Bashar al-Assad, and then you know, but the truth is they still managed to fight back against the Americans and debasify Americans. They've destroyed a huge amount of US Reaper drones that the US needs to replace, but it can't really replace. They've ruined American interceptor stocks. This is openly talked about by pretty much everyone, that the US is in a pretty tough position around this. The US can't project power in places like China as easily anymore, or around China. So I think that overall it's just been a fucking disaster for America. So when you're talking about the metrics of winning, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I'm not, again, I think you've got me wrong. I'm not saying America won. Obviously, it's been bad for America, but like you've said, Iran's losing all its international support.
But it lost that before, so it didn't lose that during.
No, they're losing they're still in the process of losing their proxies. Obviously, Houthis are still here for now. We don't know what will happen with them. But, you know, if Israel does anything like they did in Gaza, there's no way the Houthis are going to fight against that.
Well, the thing is the Houthis fought against a Saudi bombardment campaign that killed about 20,000 people. And also the other thing is there's about I think it's around 400,000 people starved to death. So I think the notion that the Houthis wouldn't be able to fight against Israel is farcical, especially because they did actually not even long ago manage to put up a fight against America and the UK, and Israel actually carried out bombing raids then.
No, but I'm saying, like, if it gets to the situation of, like, the level as it was in Gaza.
What do you think the Saudis did to them?
I mean, definitely not on the level of what Israel's doing to Gaza, is it?
Well, I mean, the Saudi bombardment campaign was pretty fucking vicious. But the Israeli campaign in comparison to the Saudi campaign had a different thing. And it also wouldn't inform Israel's campaign in Yemen either, because Israel's campaign was aimed at genocide in Gaza, whereas in Yemen it's a different thing. It's trying to you know, it's not informed by the logic of genocide in the same way.
Right. I mean, that's one way of putting it, I guess, but either way, Houthis, I mean, even from where they are, like, geographically, they're in a horrible position.
Why?
They're so far from Iran. It's like...
So, but they've still managed to hold on for this long.
Yeah, for this long. How much longer can they hang on? That's the problem.
Well, they're still striking Saudi Arabia right now, so I don't think their position is looking that bad.
And again, yeah, a couple of years ago, Lebanon was striking Israel with rockets. So
well, Lebanon still possesses the capability to strike Israel with rockets. It also possesses the ability to take out Israeli soldiers with drones. So yeah.
Yeah, but how well is it going for Hezbollah?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? How
like,
well is it going for Hezbollah? Now, it's probably better than it was. It's better than it was 2 years ago, I would say.
Right, exactly. So, what was I saying?
No, we're not talking about Hezbollah really here. Oh. We're talking about Iran. Most of this degradation was done prior to the Iran war. This wasn't like a direct consequence of the Iran war.
Yeah, I know, but it's definitely not helped Iran's case.
But how has that affected Iran when Iran have shown the ability to strike US bases?
They can strike you. Most countries can strike US bases.
But most countries don't manage to successfully resist the US as they strike the bases and drive US soldiers out of them.
That's true, but that's not necessarily how Iran wins, is it?
Well, I think Iran is able to win by increasing their power. The ratio of kills is a terrible way. So the Vietnamese objectively won against the Americans in Vietnam. There's no other way to frame it. The kill count of the Americans was a lot more significant. They killed a huge scores of civilians. I mean, the Viet Minh did actually kill a lot of North Vietnamese soldiers, so it's not as horrendous as people make out. But still, like, they killed a lot. The Americans killed a lot more Vietnamese than Americans got killed, and the Vietnamese still won. It's not Call of Duty. This is real life. People win wars not just through killing numbers of people.
And that's true, but either way, again, if we're going off the other stuff, Iran has been weakened beyond capabilities.
But
like we said with the nuclear. like you said with the nuclear,
But you
they're
admitted
not
that
gonna have
Iran
nuclear
didn't
power.
have a nuclear weapon or wasn't planning on building one anyway.
Yeah, listen, nuclear weapons. I never said they were going to make nuclear weapons. I'm saying they still want nuclear energy.
Yeah, but I mean, nuclear energy,
other
sure, I'm
reasons.
sure that would be great, and there are other reasons to have it, such as researching medicine and other stuff. But
Exactly, and all of that's been destroyed. All of that
yeah,
is
and I
completely
mean,
gone to
but
nothing.
that's not great. But at the same time, there are other means to reach that end. If you're looking for energy and power, you can transition towards electrification. Iran still has huge amounts of oil, and they still can use that. So I don't really
Yeah, but
understand how
the whole
these are.
thing was they wanted the nuclear energy for whatever they were going to use it for. Probably not a nuclear weapon. I agree. It wasn't going to be for nukes, right? But
But
at
so,
the same time,
the logic
they
is
lost.
how in any way did Trump win this then?
Again, I'm not saying Trump won. I think the whole thing from the beginning is pointless. I said this before. I think the whole thing, Trump shouldn't have invaded, and Iran didn't win anything out of it either.
But I think when
It's
it
a
comes
lose.
to how much America has categorically failed in its aims on a war, by the way, which I must add started on the first day with the killing of the leader of Iran. Iran not only
Yeah.
managed to weather that storm, they have also managed to keep this thing going of striking back against America when America does anything and showing America that, hey, if you do this, we will hit you where it hurts, which is in the economic power centers of the Middle East, which will have knock-on consequences.
No, that is true, right? That is true. And again, I'm not saying Trump won, but at the same time, we look at Iran. You see the streets right now. Half of it's Mossad agents. It's a complete failure on Iran's part.
What do you
All
mean
the
half of the
protests going
streets
on.
are Mossad agents?
Do you not remember the tweet? Who was it? Some head of...
I think you might
They-
agree with some people more, but I think
Listen, you've seen the protests. You've seen the protests. You know what I'm talking about. I might have exaggerated a bit, but you know what I'm talking about with the protests. You know what I'm talking about.
I am very confused by what your position is. I don't think that all those
Listen,
people
I
on
don't
this-
listen.
Yeah, but those
I-
were, by
I
the way,
don't
those were
support-
already pre-existing conditions prior to the war. Okay, so like a huge amount of protesters and like infiltration by the Israelis. That stuff already predated the war.
Exactly, and again, well, what, by a month or so? Like what? The protests started happening, then not too long after.
Yeah, but Israeli
America did
infiltration
this.
of of Iranian like intelligence was clearly there before. So
No, I'm not saying just intelligence. They incited the riots.
I don't
Or
think they
protests
did
that
incite the
happened.
riots. I would argue that much more America incited the riots by sanctioning Iran into oblivion.
Still, either way, the country's almost to a point of civil war, right? This is how Bashar, the Syrian war, started, right? Protests got out of hand and then turned into civil war. We're almost at that point, I think.
I
Would I be wrong in saying that?
I mean, that is a very difficult prediction to make. I think Bashar was a pretty. I mean, for beyond everything else, I think Bashar al-Assad was a very, very, very bad ruler. I think he was just crap. I think he was crap at even being a dictator. And so I think that there's different reasons. Well, maybe, but I think Bashar al-Assad was a bit different of a case. Like, he wasn't even meant to be ruler of Syria. I think his brother died in a car crash or something. So I think this kind of thing of like, well, you know, it's going to be like Syria. I would actually pray that it does not turn into Syria because that is worst case.
Yeah, obviously. I don't want it to. And I'm not saying it's 100% going to. I'm just saying, you know, we see the protests. What happened in Syria, it started as protests, didn't it?
But
and then just completely got out of hand.
The thing in Syria is, I think like the ones that happened in Iran, right? I think that their economic protests coupled with a general discontent at the Islamic Republic generally. There's been long-standing protests in Iran. There've been long-standing. This has happened before, by the way.
the Green protest.
I think it's really hard to reach any full conclusion about what the level of Mossad infiltration was based on a couple tweets. I think it's hard to reach any conclusion based on what actually it was of like people who were really, really discontent with the Islamic Republic and wanted change versus people who were like, I'm here because I love Israel. I think Israel probably did in part try and profit off those to create instability and launch a civil war. But the thing is you would think that during a time where Khamenei is killed and Trump goes on television and tells Iranians to take over their institutions, that would probably be the core moment that a civil war would ignite. But that didn't happen. So I think it's quite hard to say, like, well, it's guaranteed to happen to be a civil war.
It is very hard for, like, again, I'm not saying 100% a civil war is going to happen, but I mean, we saw the Kurdish and Balochi groups arming up, right? We saw them getting ready, and they
The-
did strike some areas.
the
as well. They did
problems with-
strike some IRGC.
The problem with the Kurds, though, is that,
Oh,
first of all, with Kurds taking over Iran and being the group that did it, I don't think that there's quite a lot of racism towards Kurds in Iranian society and all
Yeah, I
societies
know
where
that,
there's
yeah.
a large amount of Kurds in. So Kurds being the ones to like theoretically topple the IRGC.
well, they wouldn't
think-
necessarily topple Tehran, right? But they would separate.
But the other problem
know.
is getting large amounts of Kurdish fighters to those areas. The prerequisite of it is basically other Kurdish leaders allowing that to happen, and I don't think Barzani would allow that, and I also don't think one of the US's core allies, Erdogan, would allow that because he doesn't want Kurds to be doing that.
Yeah, that's true as well. But I mean, there are many bases where Kurdish guerrillas are located within Iran. Within the west of the
yes,
country.
definitely. But the thing is that like there's a big difference between there being Kurdish guerrillas or Peshmerga and them being able to take over large amounts of cities and hold them. I think the US maybe did try that strategy at the start, but quickly realized like, how is that going to work when most of our allies wouldn't allow it?
Yeah, I get that. But I mean, again, on that issue, I'm saying the Kurdish and Balochi as well, though the separatists, they would be the ones who would start something like that. The Persians, they're in a quite a tough situation because Iran, as it is, it's hard for them to get weapons, right? Like the Kurds, they can easily get them from the north, like Iraqi Kurdistan, which is west to them. So it's easy for them to get stuff. Balochis, they're next to Pakistan and Afghanistan, so they could probably get weapons that way. I'm pretty sure Afghanistan does fund some of the Sunni Balochi groups as well.
Maybe.
So for them, it would be easy to get weapons, but with the Persian groups, the civil war for them would be hard because the IRGC completely controls all the weapons in the country, pretty much.
I think that the major issue is these are such big ifs that like this question of a civil war happening is just clearly so far. But I think we've kind of exhausted this conversation now.
Yeah, it's gone a bit far from the original thing, but I mean, again, I think when it comes to this whole thing, there is no winner. Trump didn't necessarily... No one won. That's the thing. Trump, in a way, lost. Iran also, in a way, lost very hard as well. So to say one won and one lost is very biased.
I think as like a closing thing, my reason for saying Iran won is that I really do think they were in a dead end in January, okay? I think that it was like a really troubling situation. I don't think the IRGC had much population and legitimacy, but even Channel 4 kind of admitted this. I can't remember which reporter was on the ground. They were like, yeah, most Iranians I spoke to back in 2025, a lot of them were quite discontent, but what they most did not like was their country being bombed by another country. Like, you hear a lot of people in the diaspora claim, well, my family says they love it, but you've got to remember that Iran is a massive fucking country with a massive diversity of opinions and thoughts.
Yeah.
And even in the diaspora, there are a lot of people who are like, hey, I don't want Iran bombed, no matter how much I might dislike the government there. I think that that is wrong, and I think that that is immoral. And I think that there probably has, to some extent at least, been a rally around the flag effect. The economic issues are still present, but they were already there. They may have worsened, but it's already like they're bad. So, you know, and I think what Iran is in the position of is not having to accept to capitulate to US demands, and that kind of shows a victory. But I'll close it there.
Thank you for having me up. It was a very interesting debate.
Yeah,
thank you.
Well, after a start with a strange microphone, that was not bad. Also, sorry, there's something I needed to address. What? I can't get my emails now. Queen Israel Sester. Thank you for that very exciting comment, Comrade Stapler, and the $2. Thanks for supporting the channel, my goat. Why would a superpower attack a school? I think part of that derives from AI, by the way, and just pushing massive targeting. His mic was terrifying at the start. I think just trying to get quick targeting is how that ended up happening. BS. Well, I mean, it's just trying to guess how the US ended up targeting it. Wasn't there discussion that Claude had created it, or like whatever Anthropic model they're using? Yeah. Are you going to do it another debate? Maybe, but it has to end by 4 because I don't want to spend that much longer. Wasn't it confirmed that it was an outdated map? Yeah, but it was so outdated that I think it's kind of this thing of you kind of probably was related to just trying to pick up as much as possible information. American soldiers admitted this. Admitted what? That they used Claude? What did they admit? How they did the targeting? That they picked a school specifically to target? But yeah, I've heard it as the outdated map kind of thing. Nah, not even a 360, Mike. Oh, bro was working on the connecting. I believe they did it on purpose. Hello, timer. They moved them into the mosque, so they hit the mosque. When is 4? We're all in diff time zones. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Yeah, I will get better at doing the bingo. I think we need to cut it down and pick like 5, because yeah, we was like, oh, I'll gift a sub if we hit it. Wait, what's a standard bingo? We can do different bingo games. 4 corners. So if they hit the 4 corners. I also heard it was using AI to make a target-rich environment. Yeah, I think it is that. I think it was Claude was reported. They could see it was a school on their drone footage. Maybe that was it. Yeah. The Kurdish argument is so washed. The US literally betrayed the SDF. That is true. Are you in GMT? Yeah, I'm in Greenwich Mean Time. I forgot to give you live permissions. I don't know how to do that. Hold on. Unmod. I'll work that out. I'll work that out. Yeah, I think it makes sense to clear it after each debate. Didn't a lot of IRGC kids go to school? Yeah, but it's allegedly based on outdated targeting. Allegedly, that's what it is. I guess we don't fully know 100%, but Israel, country that constantly spies and does intelligence gathering, had a decade-old map of the school. Seems reasonable. Israel didn't hit it, though. The Americans did. So that's the thing. Israel did it. Not the... sorry, America did it, not Israel. Where's this... Shackstar, where's the thing of an American soldier admitting that they're up to... that they were supposed to target a school? I've not heard that, personally. But maybe. Is lettuce safe again? I've got no idea to the answer to that question. The video is online. I'd just love, like, I'd love you to send me that video. I'd love you to say where that's from, that they admitted it. Because I would happily, I'm not opposing what you're saying. I'm just saying I've never seen that. I've never seen what you're claiming, that it's said specifically by a US soldier who appeared on camera and said, yeah, we bombed that school because military kids were there. I'm sure that that's not implausible. Maybe it is kids of officers, but I don't know. Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll do one more debate, but it could probably be the end, I think. I don't think anyone's requesting to come up today. The guy at the start was so unusual that I think they've been put off. Segmentation of Middle Eastern people into smaller and smaller who have no hope of resisting America of Israel, ensuring that West Asia will never be a great power to be a big threat. Be it Western Sahara or Somaliland. But the Western powers have not really wanted it to be Western Sahara or Somaliland. They've never allowed that to develop. Your bio says that you're 15 years old, so I'm not sure I can bring you up. I'm not sure I'm even allowed to bring you up, and I won't be bringing up a 15-year-old. I think that's a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. In fact, it's not allowed on TikTok Live. It's just a reason to get banned. I'm eating locally grown butter lettuce. Nice. I just think as well, the only thing I think about targeting a school on the first day is a terrible idea because it's obviously just going to be terrible for the optics of a country you're trying to do regime change in. Let the kids speak. You're not allowed to let kids speak on any social media platform. I can't have you up even if you want to ask me a question. I cannot have you up. It's not allowed. Well, I'm trying to do debates, but Hezbollah are designated a terrorist organization by my government. That's what I think about that. But I understand what they come for. The chat is saying someone said humans made the decision is an article from Semaphore. Semaphore, Minab, school bombing. Humans, not AI, are to blame for the deadly, sources say. I'll show that once I'm back on there. Oh, wait, actually, I'm not showing this article. This article... Oh, no, wait, no, it's not so long. Semaphore just has a terrible website. I'll check it out, though. I will, I promise. I'll show it after. I think that's probably it. I don't know. I think that's probably it in terms of debates of people coming up, probably. But, yeah. Which is 181. Ending the British mandate. What about it? That's the peace resolution, General Assembly 181. Sorry, they got too many names. You should ask Isaac if you want to know someone who knows every name. I think I'm probably just going to end the stream there. Well, the TikTok stream. By the way, guys, if you like this stuff, I am live right now on YouTube and TikTok and Twitch. If you want to find me, just search my name, Chris Kunzler, Chris K Live. So go find it there. Yeah, go check it. Okay, cool. Right. Okay, guys. That just provided us with a bit more time of the live. Don't worry, we'll be back to normal stuff. Give me one tick. Give me one tick. One tick. One tick. I need 1 second. Scene, screen, stop virtual camera. I'm burping. Mad ting. Okay, let's check out this Semaphore article about Minab, because certain people are saying that this is it. In the days after the US missile strike on Iranian elementary school, one prime suspect emerged, artificial intelligence. Critics were eager to pin the more than 150 deaths on AI after reports of the use. The reality, according to former military officials and people familiar with aspects of the bombing campaign in Iran, is that humans, specifically the thousands of people who gather intelligence, analyze satellite photos to build massive target lists ahead of a potential conflict with foreign adversaries, are to blame for the deaths at Shajare Tayyabeh Elementary School, which shadows the US and Israeli war on Iran. The error was one that AI would not be likely to make. US officials failed to recognize subtle changes in satellite imagery, while human intelligence analysts missed publicly available information about a school located inside a Revolutionary Guard compound, or failed to add it to the database for targeting. AI has its notorious failings, from hallucinations to sycophancy, but it's also able to take in far more information than current human-led systems, and a deeper look at satellite imagery. Okay, interesting. Cool. It seems that their opinion is that sounds feasible. Why no more story posts? I've just got bad at it. I will start doing that again. I'm just bad at it. Okay, I'm sorry. I try my best. I'm just not great at announcing I'm live. It probably would be a good idea. Okay, right. Couple of stories to talk about today. My Twitter there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people responding to it. By the way, I don't know if any of you are aware of this, but I'm sure you saw, like, obviously this account is disgusting. Like, it's just denying famine in Gaza. It's gross. It's like posting, here's a person going to get food, and this is some Gazan foodie reviewing B12. He wonders why the Israeli Foreign Office, Israeli media, and commentators are not covering the social media videos coming out of Gaza, filled with all kinds of cuisine, Turkish, Spanish, Mexican, where the cheapest party costs 15,000 shekels. Every day there are at least 30 weddings in the Gaza Strip. This is in addition to expenses for halls, wedding dresses, makeup, hairdressers, and clothing, and then there are blah, 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 blah. A torrent of videos. By the way, these people act as if there was no famine in Gaza. They've been trying to act about this for ages. The new article, I don't know if any of you saw this, all of these people were searching and saying, oh, you know, the new famine thing proves there was no famine ever in Gaza. First of all, that was not what that was meant to do. But second of all, and perhaps more importantly, the other thing about it was that it noted that nearly 1/3 of children in Gaza have a fever, 37.1% are suffering from diarrhea, and only 22.4% of children are receiving the minimum acceptable diet. And these people just post videos like this. And then I see a comment from Mahdi. Nice to see you. I don't know who this guy is as well. He's got music on his video, so I'm not going to watch it. These are old videos, no. No, some of them aren't. By the way, there are obviously, like, people who are well off in Gaza who can pay for stuff, and there's also, like, a class of people who make money from smuggling. It's like in the West Bank. People do this in the West Bank. They film a fancy car of people who are associated with collaborators in the PA who have loads of, money to afford an expensive car, and then they use it as effectively indicative of a wider Palestinian society with loads of money and doing really well. But it's just, it's not true. It's not indicative of what's going on. Sorry, someone with the craziest name followed me on Twitter. Couple of other things. Debate's not important. Yeah, you just missed debates. Not important. Some people's thing, not everyone's thing. Okay. The toilet backed up. I hate it when that happens. I genuinely hate it when that happens. It happened once when I was at uni and it was dripping through the ceiling and it was disgusting. And it was just everywhere, and we didn't have a plunger in the house. Our landlord didn't supply us with them. Okay, I think I'm going to start today's thing by just watching Noah Samsen's new video, which came out quite a while after, which is why I was confused. I was like, yeah, Noah uploaded ages ago. So if you haven't seen, Noah's now responded to Mr. Asmongold talking about this, so feels like something to watch on stream. Don't those illnesses have high mortality rates for children when untreated? Yeah, one of the other things about the Gaza famine that's pretty unique is famines in especially the 21st century are not really striking urban areas. They more strike rural and pastoral areas generally. And so things going on in Gaza is a bit different. I don't know, I'm not enough of an expert in the famine in Gaza, but if you look at what Alex Duval was talking about this, how a lot of the famine categories were created for parts of sub-Saharan Africa that were very rural, whereas Gaza is a densely populated urban area. So it's quite like a different thing. Noah is a force for good in the world, except when he's on the my podcast.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Asmongold, the streamer, responded to the video I made a little while ago called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
An individual made a video about me. His name is Noah Samsen. The video is called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
And it was interesting because his response was to agree with the point of the video, that he supports terrorism as long as it's the US and Israel doing it. Terrorism is okay when...
Hey, I like burgers. What? Hey! I like veggies, or likes veggies. Thank you so much for the 3 months subscribing with Prime. As always, donations and becoming a Prime member, becoming a Twitch member, becoming a whatever member.
Terrorism, as long as it's the US.
Sorry, I'm now playing Noah twice. Is always greatly appreciated. It's always greatly appreciated. Yeah, I mean, also, just vis-a-vis Ethan Klein, I was thinking about it today. Occasionally I check and see it's like, oh, is there anything worth commenting on? Recently, Ethan Klein is just like, his channel is genuinely doing pretty badly, first of all. It's really not doing very well, which is, intriguing to say the least, especially from the position he was once in. But it's just stuff like, oh, Olivia came back to the podcast, and I don't really care that much about that. I really don't care that much about it. There's some strange stuff going on with Destiny. I don't know enough about the case, but yeah. I'm just not talking about, everything Ethan does. I've always stated that.
We do it, but when they...
Yes, that's correct. That's absolutely correct.
But to Asmongold, there's no double standard here because he has different values, and these values rely on a hierarchy of human rights.
There's not a double standard. There's just a misunderstanding of my value system. My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern.
I am really amazed, by the way. I don't know if any of you remember this. Asmongold was live tweeting about the uprising inside of Iran. Like, he was constantly tweeting about it, like, oh, I can't wait for Iranians to have freedom, which is kind of crazy to me, this sense of, like, this guy who's concerned about American interests but is apparently so concerned about what's going on inside of Iran. Like, if anything, Asmongold should have been incredibly supportive of everything coming out of Iran were it entirely true. By the way, apparently Tucker Carlson now denies that a nuclear bomb was ever built by a human. Love went back to Sweden. Probably for the best. I'd stay away from the H3 podcast and go live my life as some kind of content creator. Yeah, I'm sure the Raider of Ramallah is making disgusting jokes, but what can you do? Raiders be raiding. Hey, that's what the old saying goes. Raiders be raiding.
And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
I think also, sorry, one of the things is probably when they have David Pakman on and Ethan Klein goes on some fucking rant about Israel, I'll probably watch that, because I think these people are so pathetic that they just try and whip you into line about fascism, and it's gross.
We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself,
Oh? Hello, have I lost internet?
it's really that simple.
It's that simple. Yes, that's correct.
And that's fairly straightforward, right? If you view some groups as less human than others, then you won't care if they get killed or genocided. Under his moral framework, this all makes sense. But if this is his position, then why does he have to lie? See, in his reaction stream, Asmongold tells a bunch of lies. He misrepresents sources, he denies facts, he ignores evidence, all in order to deny that Israel and the United States are doing terrorism, that they're killing civilians, committing genocide, starting wars of aggression, which is odd, right? Because if he's okay with US-Israeli terrorism,
That's absolutely correct.
then he shouldn't need to lie about these things. So let's just look at some examples of what I mean, right? So in my video, I brought up the Manab Elementary School bombing. On the first day of the war, the US bombed an elementary school and killed over 150 people. The vast majority of them were children and teachers. And in response, Asmongold blamed Iran. In the first week of the war, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people.
I think Iran blew it up themselves, in my opinion. I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. They have no problem martyring their own people, and I wouldn't put it past them.
We've known since basically the week that...
Also, I just want to be clear. Trump regularly talks about how Americans should suffer, how Americans should be willing to fight and die for his project, and US soldiers, you know, if they die, it's just like, yeah, that's what happens, you know, you're a soldier, but, like, of course they don't talk about that.
this happened, that it was the United States. They used Tomahawk missiles. There's visual and fragment evidence.
Speaking to weapons analysts, they identified...
Hold on one second, I just want to check. There's no reason I'm lagging.
...this missile as a Tomahawk missile, and only the US in that war was using Tomahawk missiles.
And every subsequent investigation on the issue has shown that it was the United States. From the New York Times, from Sky News, from Amnesty International, from Forensic Architecture, from the US government officials themselves. The claim that Iran was responsible originates from some monarchist telegram groups that pushed misinformation about this happening, and then that was boosted by a bunch of pro-Israel social media circles. But these were quickly debunked.
This telegram account has no link to Iranian authorities. It is an opposition outlet that is well known for mixing information and satire.
And that was 4 months ago. So either Asmongold saw this 4 months ago and then did not encounter a...
Doesn't Asmongold just, like, sit on Twitter reading sort of Neo Berg and stuff every day?
Single piece of information since about what happened, or he has, and he's not telling the truth. Who knows, it could be either. Let's look at some more examples. In my video, I compared Israel's ceasefire violations with Hezbollah's. During the so-called ceasefire in Lebanon, Israel had committed over 10,000 violations, while Hezbollah on the other side had fired only 4 rockets. But Asmongold still manages to defend Israel here for an amazing reason, where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations.
You know that tweet that's like, he's blue for an amazing reason? This guy is defending Israel for an amazing reason. Wow. I just don't really get what the desire to watch Asmongold is. I think he's a pretty sad, morally repugnant person. Trump is the Yank Kahana. Nah, Trump is not the Yank Kahana. Trump's racism is nowhere near as sophisticated as Kahana. Kahana was believing things that you wouldn't even understand. Trump isn't against interracial marriage. I like violence. We didn't do violence to children. What does that mean? Thank you for the 2,200 Chilean pesos. What does that mean? What did you get an emergency alert for? I need to go close my window as well. The light's seeping in. Give me a second. Oh, wrong way. I wish I could have like a camera. I don't know if you can hear me. I probably sound very far away. I wish I could have a camera set up to show you guys what I'm doing. I'm literally doing DIY. I'm climbing up a ladder. I'm on a ladder right now, if you can believe such a thing. But I can't show it to you. It doesn't let me type violence. Oh, I like violence. We didn't do violence to children.
Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets, but for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction of
I think flying over something is not as bad as shooting a rocket. I think shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane.
So what does Israel use?
Okay, this is amazing. I think flying over someone is better than shooting a rocket.
To drop its bombs, uses planes. Does he think the 10,000 violations were just people flying around doing nothing for no reason? They were bombing Lebanon thousands of times. They killed nearly 400 people.
We saw a barrage of IDF missiles fired across Lebanon. This was the heaviest bombardment of the conflict so far.
Again, does he actually just not know that Israel uses its planes for bombing, or is there another explanation? In my video, I brought up a report from the IAEA in 2018, which showed that Iran was abiding by the terms of the nuclear deal when the United States just pulled out. The point being that Asmongold's definition of terrorism included being untrustworthy in negotiations.
They can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already.
By the way, I don't know if any of you, I don't think I'll ever forget when there was like this long-standing thing of there being an inability to make a ceasefire with Hamas because they just tear it up, okay? In the case of the current ceasefire, they've literally changed it. The Board of Peace is considering abandoning its phased Hamas disarmament framework and may instead demand a wholesale weapons handover before any Israeli withdrawal. They've basically changed the deal because Israel wants it to be changed. I would never allow this in GTA. Asmongold. Thanks, Thomas.
Already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
That's what the US was doing here, so they're the terrorists. Pretty simple point, you'd think. Despite observation.
Wait, what? Is there a missile strike in the UAE? Seriously? It must be Houthis if there is. Sure there is. Surely it's not. Oh shit, wow. Oh shit, some people are reporting it. Seek shelter in Dubai. It could be a mistake, it could be something like that, but I don't know. Holy shit, maybe it is true. There are some alleged tweets going around today that we'll talk about in a bit. Apparently Iran is plotting to go on the offensive. How true that is, I don't fucking know. Why is this lagging? It hasn't done this in ages.
From independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement. It was
Why are you citing the IAEA whenever this is what he was just citing here? Why would you cite the IAEA whenever the IAEA also detected that Iran had uranium that was enriched at 60%? When the enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%.
That's exactly.
By the way, you also need 20% enrichment of uranium for other stuff. But yeah, having highly enriched uranium doesn't mean you have a bomb, though.
What the 2018 report found. Throughout the reporting period, Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile has not exceeded 300 kilograms, enriched up to 3.67%. The figure he's referring to...
I think under the original JCPOA, they had to import any stuff that was more enriched. Yeah, I hope you're okay, Timer. I hope it's just some kind of, thing saying, by mistake. I'll check if anyone's reporting on this.
Of 60% didn't occur until years after the US withdrew from the nuclear deal. And if you're thinking, okay, maybe he's just confused or wrongfully throwing out the IAEA as a source when the figures disagree with him, he is lying here. Because someone in his chat calls him out. They point out that the report I'm citing is from 2018, and he reads the chat, ignores it, and moves on.
Your own sources show that you're wrong. That's it. Like, I mean, this is insane. Like, what are we doing? 2018. Yes.
Of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out. So this sort of strange, confused lying thing isn't the only tactic he uses to pretend that the US and Israel aren't terrorists. Another one of his moves is just straight up propaganda, like Netanyahu speech IDF spokesman style propaganda. And with this one, he really plays the hits, you know, human shields.
They want to use these people as human shields, get people killed for international clout.
When they use civilians as human shields, they're the ones who are responsible.
By the way, the other incredible thing is Israel's entire logic is literally using humans as human shields. This is the logic of Israeli security, and it's one of the horrifying ironies about all of this. Israel's actual logic is basically to Israel's logic is basically to build settlements and expand its borders. And then when the expanded borders that they have no right to have get attacked, they go, well, we had to have security and we had to do these attacks.
Use the Lebanese people as human shields while they fire rockets from apartment buildings into Israel.
Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage.
Using innocent people as human shields.
To the civilians that Hamas has forced into the role of human shields.
The reason why they're firing rockets from residential areas is so they can martyr these people.
While we take extensive measures to minimize civilian casualties, Hamas
Once again, go look up why they died 2006, because it does not say that there's why they died. It's a human rights watch report. La Boubou. Someone has just sent something. I'll respond in a second. Look at this. I know because we do it, Netanyahu. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for the donation. As always, my man, thanks for supporting the channel. Israeli officials have made serious allegations that Hezbollah routinely used human shields to immunize its forces from attack and thus bears personal responsibility for the high civilian toll in Lebanon. Apart from its position near UN personnel, Human Rights Watch found only a handful of instances of possible shielding behind civilians, but nothing to suggest there was widespread commission of this humanitarian law violation or any Hezbollah policy encouraging such practices. These relatively few cases do not begin to account for the Lebanese civilians who died under Israeli attack. Israeli officials have repeatedly accused Hezbollah of using human shields. Here are statements of them doing it. They did not. There is no truth to this. They just make this claim.
makes every effort to maximize them.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Human shields.
Okay, this is goated. I don't like listening to this British lady. I love listening to the Dersh. It's very important, this is a bit of advice for any young guys out there, for the gals, theys, and everyone else in between and whatever. You know, this isn't for you. This is for the young guys. If your circle isn't finding out what a Jeffrey Epstein associate has to say about geopolitical issues, then there's no point of, then you're not doing it right.
Human shields.
Israel has the right to defend itself.
He frames everything as if this is just a random attack. This is just randomly happening. It's happening because Israel is getting bombed. They're shooting missiles over to Israel.
These are his go-to responses.
His nose is teeny tiny.
For any time I put evidence of Israeli war crimes or genocidal actions on the screen, every single example, automatically, it's a canned response. He has no evidence for any of them. So like I show an example of an apartment block that Israel completely destroyed in late October in the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza. Over 120 people were killed, the vast majority of them women and children. And Asmongold's response is to defend it automatically without even knowing what happened. Doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers.
Then stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
The IDF itself didn't even mention rocket fire. Like, he's going above and beyond to lie for Israel. And he ends up doing the same thing.
I also, by the way, really do not get the logic of people who justify this, okay? Recently, Israel in Lebanon carried out a strike that killed 7 people, I think, or 8 people, okay? 7 people were family members of someone who was apparently a member of the Radwan forces in Hezbollah. Why on earth could you not kill that person if you have such good intel, such an ability to fire at a moment where you're not going to kill their family? Well, the answer's pretty simple. Israel has no value for Palestinian or Lebanese life, and it actually prefers to kill family members of Hezbollah members as a deterrent, as a means to institute psychological harm amongst a population. That's why it does that, by the way. It could actually probably target people individually, but it makes an active choice not to.
Over top of a screenshot of a news story about Hind.
John Haddad. It's good to hear an opinion of someone who I either assume is Lebanese or Israeli. Haddad would probably sound that you might actually be Lebanese. You just said Palestinians aren't humans. You are not a human, and I'm sure that your phalangist friends are nice. I genuinely think you have sent quite possibly some of the most unhinged messages I've ever seen. He's banned forever, that person.
Job, the toddler that Israeli soldiers murdered with her whole family and denied them medical assistance, and then when they did grant it, they murdered the medical workers.
6-year-old Hind Rajab climbed into a car with her aunt, her uncle, and her cousins in Gaza City as they prepared to flee to the southern part of Gaza. But as they were in the car, an Israeli tank approached them and opened fire. Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leon, called the Red Crescent for help. These were her last words recorded on the call with a Red Crescent dispatcher.
Hello?
Hello, dear.
They are shooting at us.
Hello?
They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me.
Are you hiding?
Yes, in the car. We're next to the tank.
Are you inside the car?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
That was 15-year-old Leon's last words, killed along with the rest of her family. The only one who remained alive was 6-year-old Hind. Wounded, she called the Red Crescent back, pleading with the dispatcher to be rescued.
Come take me. You will come and take me?
Do you want me to come and take you?
I'm so scared. Please come. Please call someone to come and take me.
Okay, dear. I will come and take you.
After seeking approval from the Israeli military, 2 emergency workers with the Palestine Red Crescent, Yusuf Seno and Ahmed Al.
Yes, they did find Hind Rajab's body. The thing is that I don't really wish to comment on this part because there isn't really much to say. Like, it's awful. It's genuinely awful what was, done to the Hind Rajab's family, her and her family, and also these 2 paramedics who went to save her life, who, in my understanding, every single thing was coordinated with the Israelis, and they just fucking massacred them. But of course, people like Asmongold have so much to say about that because they don't give a shit about people being killed as long as they're, not white. And then they talk about, like, caring about Henry Novak. It's fucking bullshit.
Adun went to try to rescue 6-year-old Hind. But dispatchers lost contact with the medics. Nearly 2 weeks later, Israeli forces finally withdrew from the area, and on Saturday, Hind's surviving family ventured back to the neighborhood. They found Hind dead inside the car, alongside the bodies of 5 of her family members. The car was riddled with bullet holes. The bodies of the 2 emergency workers were also found in an ambulance nearby, appeared to have been killed by Israeli fire just yards away from the car.
While this story is on the screen, he's talking about some rocket fire. It's very jarring to watch.
Stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
In some cases, he goes above and beyond typical Israeli propaganda claims. So to downplay the civilian death toll in Gaza, he argues that they're being over-reported because Hamas kills journalists that report military casualties.
By the way, one thing I do find odd about Asmongold is these are literally just like Hasbara talking points. Like, these are some even updated ones. They're not just like a general idiot who is engaging in, thought about Israel that just thinks through the paradigm of these tired tropes. He is like doing the new ones of like, yeah, Hamas kill every critical journalist. Come on, that is absolutely not the reason. That is absolutely untrue.
vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. The only ones...
Because any people that go over there have to be pressured by the terrorists, because if they don't repeat the terrorist propaganda, the terrorists kill them. That's the reason why.
And this one's just bizarre because, like, obviously, no one needs to make anything up to prove civilian casualties. There's thousands upon thousands of videos and photos. But journalists aren't even the one that tally death tolls. That's the health ministries in Gaza and Lebanon. That's the usual line of attack for Israel propagandists, is to say they're not trustworthy, even though they are, based on independent observers. And the Israeli military itself has accepted their figures. But the ministry...
I don't think Asmongold is actually in contact with an Israeli state organization. I think Asmongold is actually directly in contact with some kind of US government official who's telling him, yeah, check this out when it comes to Israel, check that out, this will give you a good argument.
Ministries are typically what people attack. This is something completely different and off the wall, and I've never seen it actually happen. He doesn't cite a single source in this video, but he does allude to a source, and it's for this claim about journalists being killed by Hamas, which is a 10-year-old expose about the Associated Press. It was written by a former IDF soldier and, at the time, AP journalist.
By the way, this is actually crazy. This shit is crazy. The tablet have like articles with the most insane shit imaginable in them.
And this is actually exposed by a person coming out of the Associated Press about 15 years ago. But for some reason, people just keep eating it up and assuming that everything that they're saying is completely true.
But even that article, written by the former IDF soldier, doesn't say that. It talks about a handful of instances of journalist intimidation, but not a single...
In 2025, I think Hamas killed a journalist in a crossfire, while Israel directly murdered 87. Is that true? I never even heard of that person being killed by Hamas. Hamas kills journalists. I never even heard that story, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's some plausibility. I've never heard it though.
Single instance of actual violence, let alone killing. And then he moves from this claim, where he's pretending to care about journalist freedom, to say that, well, actually, all the journalists in Gaza are Hamas, so you can kill them anyways, I don't care. Targeting men, women, children, journalists, health.
Of course. They're not journalists, by the way. Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47. The entire idea that, oh, yeah, Israel's killing these journalists. Remember the other Hamas journalist that, like, he gets killed and there's, like, 5 videos of him shooting an AK-47?
By the way, a video of someone shooting an AK-47 does not justify you killing them. Even if they're technically politically affiliated with Hamas, there's no justification in killing them. All of these things about, like, oh, people may once have been members of Hamas, it justifies killing pretty much every Israeli journalist there is, apart from those that do not refuse. But even then, by the way, they all go through a military censor.
You guys have no idea how deep this terrorist propaganda goes.
These justifications are only coherent if your one principle is defending Israel. When he can't deny the facts by just lying about them or misrepresenting sources, and when he can't deflect with Israeli propaganda lies, he just folds. He doesn't even try to respond or defend himself. He'll either scoff and roll his eyes, shooting babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone in tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent
Can you imagine if my interjection into the stuff I viewed and watched was just, of course, and the most boring Twitter analysis imaginable?
Or sit there in silence while facts are being displayed on the screen that challenge his worldview. On March 12th, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombings, killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the middle of the night, and it was a double-tap strike. The first missile landed and killed 3 people near the beach, and when people approached to help the victims, the second missile landed. No evacuation warning was issued. This was in a safe zone. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre of the United Nations General Assembly.
By the way, this is some niche Sabra and Shatila stuff. Allegedly, Israelis actually participated in the Sabra and Shatila massacres. There are eyewitness testimonies which claim that there were people who were not speaking Arabic who was for some reason at the Sabra and Shatila massacre, that they were killing people, that they were engaging in sexual violence. They didn't say it was like a huge amount. They said it was like maybe 12 of them or some number like that. There's also, by the way, there's a film about Sabra and Shatila. I don't know if any of you have heard of this. Sabra and Shatila interviews. I know I'm having small stutters. I have no idea why. I have no idea. PC too hot? No, PC is not too hot. I think there is something a bit off with the internet today. It does happen occasionally. It could be just the internet. I'm not sure what would have caused encoding issues today specifically. I don't know. Interviews with perpetrators. There's this film where wait, I'll see if I can find it. I think it's mentioned on the Wikipedia. I think it is mentioned. Yeah, here you go. It's by a guy called Lokman Salim, who's a Lebanese Christian. He claimed that militia fighters in interviews were taken to Israeli training camps and were shown documentaries about the Holocaust. The Israelis told the Lebanese fighters that the same would happen to them too, as a minority in Lebanon, if the fighters did not take action against the Palestinians. The film was called Massacre, and it featured 6 perpetrators of Sabra and Shatila and was awarded the Fipresci prize at the 2005 Berlinale. Also, by the way, if you've ever wondered why the number of Sabra and Shatila is so crazily large, between 800 to 3,500, although it seems to now have been upped, most of the people didn't even have ID, so people just would come and they'd say, where's my family member? And they'd be like, sorry, we can't include them because we don't know who they are. They don't have ID. Where's their ID? And they'd be like, well, we don't have it. We never got it. And they'd just be like, sorry. But why would but the thing is if they're just stutters, why is the video struggling to play?
An act of genocide. Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion as a group resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Or he'll feign disinterest, he'll pretend that he doesn't care about Israel.
I don't really care what Israel is doing, because Israel isn't the one that are blowing up our trade ships and disrupting trade in the Strait of Hormuz. I have no interest in what...
Who's interested in the concept of a trade ship?
What Israel is doing or not. What Israel does with Iran or with Lebanon or with Gaza, that is their purview.
Even though he spent the previous hour, defending it, using all its propaganda talking points.
Human shields.
Or history. History is a big one. He doesn't care about it. When that history shows examples of past Israeli aggression.
All of this historical babble, all of this bullshit means literally nothing to me. I don't care what happened in 1950. I don't care what happened in 1970.
But when he wants to defend current Israeli aggression, then he does care about history all of a sudden.
Look at Lebanon in the 60s. It was a great place. Lebanon has the potential to prosper and be a great country. They can't do that if they have Hezbollah in their...
I also love how... So Hezbollah weren't really direct participants in the Lebanese civil war, even later on. But obviously the Lebanese civil war occurred for a multitude of different reasons. And the major thing is, Lebanon, certain people in Lebanon had good prosperity, but not all of them did. But of course, what's even the point of trying to argue with someone like Asman on prosperity in Lebanon and how it develops? You just say shit.
Country.
Or their genocidal bombing campaign in Gaza, which he compares favorably to Dresden.
Remember we dropped a firebomb on Dresden when we burned thousands of people alive? Shouldn't have fucked around.
Or there's a concern trolling, where he says, no, I don't care about the people in these places, I just care about Americans. But also, I actually care the most about the people in these places.
The people that are in these countries suffer the most from it. They are the ones that suffer from it more than anybody else. More than Israelis, more than Americans, more than anybody else. They are the ones that are truly being terrorized and terrified by these evil people. And I think that's the saddest thing about it.
And on top of all these tactics, right, the lying, the propagandizing, the retreating, you have the biggest lie, which is that all of these things are within the interests of American citizens.
But fundamentally, as an American, I have to advocate for American interests. I simply have a tier list of the people whose best interests I keep in mind. At the top of that tier list ranks American civilians, American citizens.
That's right, American citizens. It is within your interest to pay a bunch of money for gas and pay over $1,000 per family due to a destabilized global economy, and send $100 billion of taxpayer money to kill children overseas instead of helping children here and having troops get vaporized. There is nothing Americans love more than all of these things. And the reason they love it, right? The reason you love it is because it's a trade-off we are willing to make for the ultimate goal of killing terrorism.
I think that we need to remove the IRGC and we need to completely dismantle them in all facets and all.
Do you know what's crazy about the Iran war? First of all, Ethan Klein, well, actually, the main thing, Ethan Klein just backed it as like a really good idea.
Facilities. Islamic terrorism is an existential threat across the Middle East and also globally the world.
Yeah, and how's that going, man? Have you checked the news lately? You wanted regime change? Oh, looks like you couldn't get it. You wanted to open the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, looks like that couldn't happen either.
Iran again insisted it will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until the U.S. meets a sweeping list of demands.
The nuclear deal that you blew up to try and get a better one? Ah, the latest terms not looking so hot.
Now that we have the text, it is materially weaker than President Obama's JCPOA for the United States.
The Iranians put forward a new proposal, which is actually quite remarkable. What they say in that proposal is that every one of the issues, except the nuclear issue, has to be settled up front, which is another way of saying the United States has to concede on every one of the 10 issues that I described before. We're not only talking now about lifting oil sanctions, we're talking about lifting all sanctions.
That's fine, no big deal. It's not like we depleted our missile stockpiles, conceded sanctions relief and reconstruction money, and weakened the American empire in humiliating fashion. Mission accomplished, chat. Thank you for your service. Okay, so anyways, we return.
By the way, it is incredible to just behave like this. It was a Palestinian militia that killed Saleh oh, that's it, Al-Jawad. Yes, I remember him being killed and assassinated by a Palestinian militia. I do remember that story. Has the US Congress approved the Iran war yet? I don't actually know. I think it did. No, wait. Trump's just not put it up for discussion, right? The approval of the Iran war. I don't really give a shit about that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think the US has, when did the last the US ever approve anything? When was the last time that Congress ever approved anything? They just go to war and then afterwards get Congress to justify it, maybe.
Turn to that question of why. If he says he's okay with killing civilians, then why is he lying and pretending like he's not? If he says he's okay with the US acting like a rogue state, why is he lying?
Yeah, by the way, there is something up with my internet. We've had this issue before. It's been fine for ages. I don't know what's caused it today. I'll take a look at it.
And pretending it's not. Even when that belligerence is directly harming everyone in the world except like a few billionaire pedophiles and weapons manufacturers. And I think there's a few reasons, right? I think it's preaching to the choir. If you go to these videos, you'll see a bunch of comments talking about how awesome Asmongold is for defending America's right to go out and kill terrorists. The choir is in on the lie, right? They're willing to watch Asmongold fail to address the facts that prove that when they say they're fighting terrorism, they're actually just killing a bunch of kids and, you know, doing the terrorism. They'll still believe that and support him regardless of what he says. But also for the people that are somewhere outside of just the full choir, I think he's misleading them. He's making it so that when they encounter evidence of Israel committing a genocide or the US mass murdering people in wars of aggression, they come with these lies planted in their heads about how what they're seeing or reading actually isn't real.
I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. Shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane. The enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%. Stop.
It is incredible that this passes for analysis, but then again, it's, well, actually, I was about to say it's the Burger Reich watching him, but who knows who's watching this fucking guy? Who knows who watches this guy at all? This guy is just like, this guy is a straight up fucking idiot. He doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. When it suits him, he just goes, yeah, history doesn't matter. But then at other times, he's like, no, history really matters, and we need to see this massive change, and, oh, we need to see Iran be ruled over by the Iranian people because the Islamic Republic did this, and wah. And it's just complete and utter nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense.
Shooting rockets from apartment buildings. They're not journalists, by the way. Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47.
The thing that is
Actually, you know what? He probably does have a huge European audience. People just like this sort of saying outrageous, disgusting stuff because they're fascists and they're perverts. They're complete slaves as well to their desire. Like, just complete and utter slaves to it. They're complete and utter slaves to this thing of just... What they can't even admit is they don't actually want the things they're claiming. They don't want them. They only just make up these inconsistencies and then just hide behind the notion that everything they're saying is true. And the stuff that they're wanting is so perverse. Like, Asmongold talked about his desire for children to be killed. Is he still banned, by the way? La boo-boo. Someone has just donated something. Hold on, I'll look at it in a second. How is Asmongold still allowed to go live on Twitch? It is genuinely incredible. Thomas, Europeans LARPing as Confederates. Bro, they ain't LARPing as Confederates. They LARPing as, like, not Nazis, but with Nazi-like beliefs. So, yeah.
Happening, one of the most documented things in modern history, actually is fake or actually is something other than it is. I think lying also helps protect the grift, right? Like if you're right wing and you support Israel, you can kind of say whatever you want and you won't actually be punished monetarily or by platforms. Somehow Asmongold has managed to push it. He recently got a 2-week ban for advocating for the murder of migrant men, women, and children.
This is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever. Yeah, I'd shoot whoever.
It is kind of crazy because Asmongold talks such a big game, but you can literally go and do this. You could do this right now. Like, you could, if you really wanted to, you could go and shoot kids and you would have protection. This is kind of another feature of the, this is another feature of the US under Trump. You can go and do all of this stuff.
Whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over.
But he's also aware that it's not a sustainable strategy to be saying stuff like that all the time, so he's acknowledged himself. He's going to tone down his rhetoric, not because he doesn't believe this stuff, but because he doesn't want to get banned.
I might try to I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get suspended all the time.
People like this aren't going to last forever, right? But facts are facts, and the truth is the truth, and hopefully, despite their best efforts, the truth will outlast them. Thanks for watching. See you on...
Did anyone just hear Noah's cat make a noise? Thank you, Mr. Samsen, my dear friend from YouTube. I forgot he scored a massive legal victory not even long ago. My boy. Well done, Mr. Samsen. What a great video. Guys, I'm going to go run and pee and then we'll actually cover some news. I just have to go right now because I'm desperate. I'll look at the Asmongold viewer thing in a second. Hello. I am back. I am back. I am back. I'm back. Communists should do something awful to Asmongold, like clean his house. I mean, this man... You know that... are any of you familiar with the lady called Clean with B? Clean with B is someone who follows me. She like goes and cleans people's house. She should go and clean Asmongold's house, but even she might reject that when she finds out that he keeps roaches in the fridge. Just disgusting. I don't think Noah's video has a baby cat in it, does it? What? Okay. I would describe myself as a friend of Noah Samsen. Noah Samsen is most definitely a friend of the show, I would say. Okay. Oh, God, yeah, you've got to remember my internet's not great. Oh, why is it doing this today? Damn, this is...
Thanks for watching. See you on the next one. Goodbye. Kitty wants me to be done with the video. Say hi, baby. Say hi, baby cat.
There you go. That's the end of the video. Have you seen this tweet from Asmongold? What does it say? Why is my internet so bad? Everyone talking about hoflation, but it's actually the opposite. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see... I don't even want to read all of this. Hot working there every day. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's funny. That is funny. Yeah, the cat is sweet, but the cat's always there going meow, meow, whenever you're trying to record with Noah. It's all over the place. Crazy-ass cat. By the way, people are now saying that the Yemen attacked Dubai Labubu land. Damn. Iran, by the way, the Department of Defense has already signaled that it might not rebuild its bases as they were before the conflict. The Pentagon is evaluating whether to reduce its military presence in the Middle East after the Iran war, with one key area being a potential pullback from the Persian Gulf, where bases have been battered by strikes. Jesus. What's a hoe even for? Like tilling land to make it be able to grow some stuff on? Is that the point of it? There's something I wanted to watch. Oh, wait. I know not everyone loves Zoran Mamdani, but I love that he was speaking Chinese. Fox News are so upset about this as well. It is quality. Okay. Right, there's something wrong with my internet today.
The commies just found the Rosetta Stone.
你好，我的名字是 Mayor Zoran Mamdani。我不知道中文，可是我想试一下。了解如何参加抽签，您还可以免费获得 the Theater Development Fund。
Fox News is just terrified of the total Chinese cultural victory that is incoming, that is now, that is today, actually.
Speaking the language of the revolution, Mandarin Chinese. And just like the chairman, he's sending in the Red Guards to purge the productive class.
When it comes to these spontaneous uprisings or mass movements, so-called spontaneous, we know that they arise out of crises within capitalist society. We as DSA can be a major force that can provide that sharp edge. By working in coalition with other organizations, developing those clear democratic processes to...
This is the most terrifying... This is the rebirth of... This is the rebirth of the Chinese Revolution. Marxist Unity Group, which has 319 subscribers, by the way, and makes videos such as... America at 250 years, the ongoing struggle for democracy and equal rights with Aziz Rana. I'm familiar with Aziz Rana. Debate, which way to a partyist labor strategy in the DSA? A fighting socialist program. Bro, you know, they got to be like debating someone if they want to get the views in, like debate Fox News on this topic. But honestly, they don't even allow anyone to speak a bit of Chinese over on Fox News these days. Apparently, it's not allowed. Oh, come on. The fucking internet sucks today. Damn.
Come up with a political platform, messaging, and strategy, and maintain that energy while also giving the capitalist class a bloody nose.
Mandani may be speaking Chinese, but his comrades are telling the country what they want in plain English. These tactics straight out of the Soviet playbook. Bash the capitalists and burn the Constitution.
So the two things that we're famous for is our commitment to a program and our hatred of the United States Constitution. And what the
Look at this guy's mustache. Fair play, though. Bro spitting facts.
program does is it gives us a roadmap to revolution, and it gives us the obstacle that we finally will have to get over to have a revolution, which is the United States Constitution, the basis of the United States government.
A big part.
I'm actually troubled by the internet again. It's been fine for ages. Hold on. I'm just going to go fiddle with the hub for a second. Give me one moment. I'll be back in a second. There's some funny business going on. Okay. Oh, shit. I know what it might be. Yeah, I'm doing tech support myself right now. I ain't got no guy to come over and, like, help me. I gotta do the tech support myself. And now I'm trapped between two ladders right now. Okay. Everything under the sky is in disarray. Wow. He's spoken like a true Mao himself. Thank you so much.
Part of the program, abolishing the Senate.
What does it mean to...
What the fuck is going on with my fucking internet? Fuck. Oh...
when you say you want to abolish the Senate?
We ultimately want to replace...
It's not the CPU. This has happened before. It's something wrong with the internet. There is something deeply wrong with my internet. Fuck. I'll restart this bit. Oh my god, look, it is the internet. I swear to you, this is the internet. Especially one of the other things that's an issue is you've probably noticed that when I'm opening a tab, it's causing issues. So I think it is the internet. I don't think it's some kind of encoding issue.
Mean to when you say you want to abolish the Senate?
We ultimately want to replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, something like a parliamentary system that exists in many other countries. So abolishing the Senate is not something we could snap our fingers and do next year or in a few years, but we want to expand democracy so that we have a much more representative, something like the House of Representatives.
No Senate means no checks and balances. It was a mechanism designed by the framers to restrain the power of a tyrannical government. No one's going to go for this, right? Wrong. We just got to look at the books. The Democratic Socialists of America have gone from 5,000 members to over 130,000 members in just 15 years. You could call it the fastest growing political movement since MAGA. Now, MAGA dwarfs it in size, but they've captured the nation's attention and captured a bunch of nominations. Now, Hips, he's trying to have it both ways.
Do Democratic Socialists belong in the Democratic Party, Leader Jeffries?
Well, what I can say is that I do not support defunding the police. I do not support open borders. I do not support abolishing the Senate. I don't support the DSA agenda as has been articulated by the DSA itself. It's going to be a broad caucus. There will be progressives, there will be New Dems, there will be Blue Dogs.
I don't agree with anything they stand for, but they're welcome.
To be fair, I wasn't actually thinking about voting Democrat because I will be voting illegally in the next US election, in case you guys didn't know. I will be, yes, voting illegally, 100%. That's going to be something that I get up to, potentially. But now I found out they got blue dogs in there. I had never seen no blue dog before. I seen yellow dogs, but I have never seen a blue dog before. So after finding out that they have blue dogs in the Democratic Party, I will be voting for that.
Into my party. Would Hips say that about Republicans? No. The reason is because he's scared. A new CBS poll of Democrats, socialism is 2 times more popular than capitalism. The so-called leader of Democrats in Congress has completely lost control of his agenda.
As a Democratic leader in the House, would you vote for?
Sorry, look at that photo they used of Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Mamdani. Communists won.
Of his agenda.
As a Democratic leader in the House, would you vote for or against Medicare for all?
I think, as you've indicated in your question to me, it's not legislation that I currently am co-sponsoring or that I support.
Wrong answer, Hips.
What do you make of what you just heard from Leader Jeffries on Medicare for all?
Medicare for all is arguably the most important priority.
This is a Republican dream come true. The communists are going to force a vote on the House floor for government-run health care. Everyone's going to go on the record. Be my guest. A couple years ago, no Democrat, maybe besides Bernie, would raise their hand, aye, for that. Now taking away your doctor's hot. And if you're not for it, the mob's going to nail your hide to the wall. Do the Democrats have the grit to fight Trump and fight a communist insurrection? Well, right now, the only soldiers we're seeing are Fetterman and some old-timers.
When they start with this, well, we're a big tent party. No. That is a lot of crap. Abolish the police. Close.
Cuomo, big tent, big crap. This is classic. This is classic. This is why Cuomo needed to win. Big tent, big crap. I don't know. I mean, so much of the issue is like anytime these people even try and do anything, you get half of these Democratic influencers online whining that they're all socialists because then, they're not right thinking on Palestine enough. By the way, I didn't even know this. Do you know that Lonerbox isn't even in favor of like a 2-state solution anymore? He doesn't even believe in the 67 borders of Israel. I don't know what that man believes, but that's like the ilk of him, Hutch, Destiny. Like, genuinely, these people kind of just believe that like you should just eternally be whipped into line by like the threat of fascism, which is sucky. I think that that's not a way our politics should operate. I don't think that's democratic at all.
Prisons, open borders, do away with the Constitution. That's not the Democratic tent. It's just not. But they are afraid, Bill, of the extremists. We will defeat ourselves on this path.
Democrats said don't invite your MAGA uncle over for Thanksgiving. Remember? He's not allowed on your house for a holiday. But these crazy communists who want to abolish the police and prisons, they're allowed in. The tent's not big enough for your family, but these maniacs, yeah, come on in. What did Maxine Waters say? No relation? Get in their face when you see them in the street, talking about us. Run them out of restaurants, they said. Don't date them. But the commies who are calling for a bloody revolution, literally, they could do business with those guys. We hate the Constitution, and we want to punch you in the face. These people are like just a nicer version.
This is kind of like the stuff that my this is the kind of stuff that people like joke about of like, oh, you got hippie long hair and you're bad mouthing your country. It is insane that this captures the minds of a considerable number of people in America.
Version of ISIS. They're saying, don't work. The government will take over everything and just give you free stuff. Free breast implants for illegals? Why not? Free apartment? You got it. Smoke the teeth out of your head with meth.
Isn't that a bit in Succession, at the introduction of Succession? Succession, breast implants for migrants? Isn't that a joke at the start of Succession? No. Succession TV show. intro. What's at the start of Succession? I really don't. I kind of want to watch the Succession opening credits now.
Free dentures. So why is abolishing the system and living cradle to the grave off the government's teat appealing? Well, one, Democrats didn't deliver anything for people when they had power. And two, an entire generation came of age during the Great Recession, during a housing crisis and record inflation. And they were told taking out 200 G's of college loans would guarantee them a job and the American dream. Now they can't afford an apartment because their degree is worthless. And Biden shoved 1 million illegals into their city, so the rent's too damn high.
I like how it's just saying anything. It is truly amazing. Just say whatever you want. Yep, that's the reason. There's no evidence of any of this. I'm just saying it.
So what they do, they quit. And they want a shortcut to success. And the Democrat Party, their party, surrendered. Axios says it like this: they've lost their identity. Quote, establishment Democrats have made clear what they're against without making much of a case for what they're for. It's hard to beat something with nothing. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
Oh, God. I don't know. It's also kind of funny because when Trump is actually in power, making arguments like this is just insane. It's genuinely insane because Trump's presidency has been absolutely terrible. Trump has delivered absolutely nothing. He's done worse than Biden. Gas prices are incredibly high. It's just fucking awful. The whole free breast implant point came about from someone having breast reconstruction after having a mastectomy from cancer. Nope. They're giving illegals free breast implants, I swear. I don't know. The guy, yeah. I mean, obviously Zoran is not these things. Like, Zoran is not even barely radical at all. Like, calling him this is just straight up wrong. But, you know, his crime is speaking a little bit of Chinese. Eric Adams saying every city was, you know, that Israel, they're the Tel Aviv of America, that New York is the I don't know, whatever country, the Singapore, this of America. Sometimes it was countries. I guess he would just, no, he actually did just say cities, the Dublin or anything. That was fine, but yeah. Yeah, it does feel kind of like an unfair thing. They said that everyone was getting free breasts, but if one person only got one free breast, I think that kind of sucks.
Iran's latest demands to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
We'll also listen to this before we cover the Syria stuff, because Iran has apparently changed its demands now.
The Parliament Speaker laying out Tehran's requirements a few hours ago. Take a listen.
And let me make it clear, until America implements its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding, including lifting the blockade on the release of frozen assets, lifting the oil sanctions, ending threats and military operations on all fronts, and other conditions that America has agreed to under the understanding, the strait will not be reopened.
Well, this comes after a maritime monitor reports another ship was struck while transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, hit by an unknown projectile.
Yeah, Roshan, I think, means light in Persian. Roshan meaning in Persian. I think it means light, bright, radiant, so it must also mean clear in the context, because when he said man miguyam, it means let me say, or I say. Man miguyam Roshan must be I say clearly, or Roshan miguyam would be I'm saying clearly.
Bring in senior White House reporter Betsy Klein. And Betsy, tell us what more you're hearing from the White House this hour related to that.
Well, Christina, yesterday that memorandum of understanding that had been reached between the U.S. and Iran officially expired, with no nuclear deal, no clear strategy to end this war, and traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare, still severely restricted. Now, The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the thorniest remaining issues in this conflict. Prior to this war, no one had full control over the Strait of Hormuz. And then on Friday, President Trump suggested that it would become a U.S. territory. He posted a map today, you can see there on the screen, that says new U.S. territory circling the Strait of Hormuz.
Just posting new US territory is incredible. Fair play to him. I love the Cope posting, just saying like, yep, this is our new US territory, and it's just you posting something over something. It must be true. He's posted a message saying it's true.
Maritime law experts, of course, have been skeptical of this move, and it comes at the same time that Iranian officials are laying out their new demands for reopening this strait. They say that the U.S. blockade must end. They want the release of frozen assets, as well as removal of oil sanctions and the end of military threats and operations in this strait. Now, yesterday we heard from one of the president's top negotiators, Jared Kushner. He said that discussions between the U.S. and Iran were more robust than they had ever been. He also said that the conversations were positive and active. Now, President Trump directly contradicting that just moments ago in a new post to social media. He says, quote, "There are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The naval blockade remains in full force and effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating. All water mines have been removed or detonated." Now, all of this is still very much a political problem for this White House. The president has said that political calculations are not factoring into his thinking, including those upcoming midterm elections just a couple of weeks away now. But the president's approval rating stands at just 33% in a new Reuters Ipsos poll. We have also seen the price of gas at its highest since July. And all of this is weighing on...
I don't know what Americans are actually going to vote in this next one. I don't know if they will vote Democrat. Who fucking knows, genuinely. Probably. This Trump presidency has been a complete and utter disaster. It's also, by the way, I think I mentioned it yesterday, but I'll show it again. I think this is one of the best barometers of how bad things are for Americans, is the tweet from Trita Parsi, which is this one. I definitely showed this yesterday, but this one here of, this was written on a thing, Bibi's cucks, I heart my flock camera, suck wieners and balls, be a good goy and do what Israel tells you, spaghetti, Operation Epstein Fury, peace deal 64 incoming, all this for the Holy Land. And then the best one, I love Israel, I am a good goy, I'm Walt. I don't know what that means, but genuinely, I don't think people really, I don't think that it's going to be, I don't think it's going to work. I don't know. I do love the 3 flock cameras outside. Did you see the person who posted, they were like, some person posed as a police chief, and they were like, I'm a police chief, and I have to say, I've never caught anyone in my 20 years without a flock camera. We need them to keep safe.
Republicans both here in Washington and across the country, as the president suggests that he is not in a rush to get this conflict completed.
Stephen, I just want to start with the latest Truth Social post from the president from just over around an hour ago, which shows the Strait of Hormuz labelled as new U.S. territory. Your thoughts on that?
Genuinely, at a certain point, why do you have an analyst to talk about this? Genuinely, why do you have an analyst to talk about this? It's like insane. You do not need an analyst to talk about this. I don't think it matters. No matter who wins, US has lost their hegemony, and it is in the depth of the Persian Gulf. 100%. I don't know why you would. I don't know what this shit is talking about.
Post, and how you think Oman, Iran, and the UAE will be viewing that at this point?
I think that at a time when a lot of Donald Trump's big foreign policy moves seem to be hitting a brick wall, this is
God, by the way, if you're surrounding yourself with just biographies of people, why on earth are you reading like just purely biographies?
Is another sign that a classic.
No, there are definitely mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump has definitely not cleared the mines out of the Strait of Hormuz at all.
Classic Trumpian move, the reinvention of reality and the subversion of truth to a more politically palatable one is not working for him. I'm sure that Iran will view this as another sign of Trump's frustration. And of course, the reality is that Iran's attacks on shipping in the Strait have largely strangled the flow of oil and gas along a key exporting route. The question of Oman is a very interesting one as well, because if there's going to be a solution to this, it looks increasingly like the US will not be able to impose it because it's failed to bring Tehran to heel and has no trust in its relationship with Iran. It will have to come through the Gulf states. The most likely conduit for that right now is Oman talking to Tehran. And in fact, the memorandum of understanding, which was fractured but officially expired on Monday, actually mandated Oman to talk to Iran on the future of the Strait. So threatening to bomb an intermediary that may offer the only way out of this I think, expresses the lack of strategy and the frustration at this situation in the White House. You can't have intermediaries that just follow the US foreign policy line, because that would make them on the US side and their negotiation position would be absolutely useless. So none of it, as the senator there says, makes an awful lot of sense.
Yeah, well let's talk a bit about strategy, because in your analysis for CNN today, you write, quote, Trump's...
A ship was seemingly hit in the Strait of Hormuz last night. Hold on. Where is it? A ship was hit in the Strait of Hormuz. Tanker. Yes, here you go. So the UK MTO has received a report of an incident in the Strait of Hormuz. The company's security officer has reported that the vessel was struck by an unknown projectile while conducting an outbound transit of the Strait of Hormuz. The impact caused damage to the engine room and resulted in a crew casualty. The remaining crew are being assisted by the Omani Coast Guard. Also, it claims here by Mensch Osint that it was being escorted... that it was being escorted by a massive US Air Force. I don't know if that's true. But yeah, it's been hit. Right next to right next to Oman, sorry.
Swipes at Oman and South Korea are not isolated incidents. They are symptomatic of a foreign policy that lacks conventional strategy, deliberately sidelines diplomats and experts, and seems to spring only from his gut. So, Stephen, if there is no conventional strategy behind these moves, what is the strategy, if indeed there is one?
Well, it's very hard to see one, and I think this has been the problem with the war from the start. It was based on the false assumption that Iran would quickly cave, the regime would fall in the face of overwhelming US and Israeli force, and it would all be over in a matter of weeks or even a matter of days. So there has never been, I think, any capacity in the White House to think about, okay, so if we take this step, what happens next? That is very characteristic of Trump's leadership style. He's impulsive, he's unpredictable. In some cases, in his first term and perhaps during his second term, that sense of putting the world on edge and taking the counterintuitive move.
Yeah, actually, you know what, guys? We did talk about Zoran, but we talked about him a while ago. It's like every day, I get it, we don't like Zoran. I do understand it. It's just like, can we not argue about it? Because I've made my position clear on Zoran. I don't really care for him. I think he, in many ways, has disappointed massively. I don't think we need to relitigate whether he's bad or not every day. And it sucks. It does suck that he's disappointed. And it sucks that so many people like him and are just like, oh, he's not done anything wrong, what more can he do? But I don't know if we just need to debate it every day and relitigate whether he is or isn't good or bad. I think the position is pretty evident. I was just talking about that video because it's pretty fucking funny that he spoke Chinese and they're like, oh, he's speaking the language of the chairman. But yeah, I understand it, and I do understand why people are like annoyed about it, but yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's like, yeah, I get it.
Foreign policy, sometimes that has been working for him, sometimes it is a way of imposing US power on smaller countries. But right now, Trump just lashing out seems to be failing, and I think you could argue, if you look at developments in the Gulf over the last 2 or 3 days, that we are potentially on the verge of an escalation rather than getting towards the end of this. And of course, as the midterm elections approach, that is going to...
Trita Parsi is saying the same stuff, by the way. Here you go. I'm increasingly convinced that there will be a third round in the US-Israel-Iran war. It is not inevitable, but the signals I am picking up from the two sides, as well as from key GCC states, leave me quite pessimistic. Tehran believes it has a military edge and is openly discussing going on the offensive instead of merely responding to American attacks. By that, Iran will not have only wrested control of the scope and geography of the war from the US, but also its timing. In the US, on the other hand, an increasingly frustrated Trump not only promises to annex the strait he can't open, but he also threatens to bomb Oman, even though Muscat, by all accounts, has become very helpful to the US's broader strategy, meaning it is increasingly representing the US position in the talks rather than its own. Given it was Oman's previous compromise proposals that prompted the first threat by Trump to bomb America's own mediator. And of course, Trump has formally endorsed the Pakistan-Saudi-Turkey Defense Pact, while Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has reshuffled much of his own the top Iranian leadership. So once again, we have lots to discuss. I am scheduling our next Q&A for Sunday, August 23rd at 11 a.m. ET. Right. Yeah. You also called Miss Rachel a liberal Zionist so I don't know, Chris, you can sound a little like empanada. Yeah, but I don't think that that's an outrageous comment. I'm sure, like, I think Miss Rachel has said, yeah, like, I support a two-state solution, which I think is a little bit liberal Zionisty. I'm going to be honest, I think a two-state solution, and talking about it at this point, there is very obviously, if you know about Palestine, that there is one core issue around it, and even the concept of a two-state solution, which is Israel. But then again, my point always was with Miss Rachel, of like, look, I wouldn't be out here saying that Miss Rachel, or like going after her, because I don't really care, in the sense of like, Miss Rachel is like, not someone who I'm going to for my analysis on Palestine. I think it's great that she speaks up. I think that that's great. I don't care to go after her. It's just a case of like, yeah, she's not going to be like my number one source on listening to Palestine, or learning about Palestine with. Yeah. And also I didn't know, but she apparently endorsed Brad Lander, and Brad Lander does suck. My voice just cracked, but yeah. Two-state solution was always fucked. I mean, the only thing going for the two-state solution in the 70s and 80s is broadly it was very popular. It was broadly very popular even amongst Palestinians. Sure, there were some groups that disagreed with it. But like a lot of these people who, like a lot of the people at the top of the Palestinian national cause did, but even Palestinians in the West Bank, by the way, my lecturer was always like, yeah, we used to say two states for two people during the first Intifada. People celebrated Oslo massively. It had its skeptics and its critics, but once upon a time, it was like, yeah. And I think that, like, ultimately, why I'd say she's a liberal Zionist is supporting the two-state solution. But at the same time, you will notice, like, the difference between myself and other people who have decided, like, people are liberal Zionists. Like, I don't really care if they're like someone who's just generally just talking about Palestine from a position of most people who wouldn't do this kind of stuff, you know, like yeah, who wouldn't be like involved in like actually giving major opinions about this. Believing in a two-state solution is liberal Zionism. I think it is to an extent, definitely. But yeah, I don't want to go after her because genuinely I'm not so interested in it. Like genuinely, it's not something that I'm interested in. I don't think there's any point. You need to pick opponents rather than nitpicking everyone. I think that there's a point to be made on that. I think there's a point to be made on that because I think it's great when like these people talk about Palestine. I do. I think it's great when more people talk about it because there is still somewhat of a stigma around it. And I think combating this stuff is good and putting it out. But yeah, I'm more worried about people who set policies. She's just a children's show host. Exactly. That would always be my point. I don't feel a need to be like making videos about Miss Rachel being a liberal Zionist. She supports a two-state solution. That's not something I'm in favor of. I think it's wrong. But yeah, I think it's just like when it comes to her, like why would I go after her? There are so many children's entertainers in the world who choose to do absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think people who say they believe in the two-state solution don't consider that there are 700,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Yeah. I mean, yes, definitely. But also, it's not like a criticism of Miss Rachel as like, I hate Miss Rachel. Like, obviously. It's the same with someone like Mo Salah. Like, Mo Salah's silence on Palestine for a long time sucked. But when he did speak up, it's good. Mo Salah has a lot of influence. And I suppose it's degrees of, like, people who talk about politics, you know? People who talk about politics. Like, footballers don't generally talk about politics. And for Mo Salah talking about anything, it's yeah. Also, I mean, I am increasingly not fond of I'm increasingly not fond of I'm increasingly not fond of what was I gonna say? Bad Empanada. This thing about Jason, I think he changed the title, but Jason Arde was pretty crazy. Like, Jason Arde died, and I understand that there's things to talk about like how that all happened, but that video had a strange title. I don't even remember what it was. Yeah. I do think as well, when it comes to Palestine, there is obviously a choice not to educate yourself, and I think it's a sucky thing when people don't educate themselves, but I still hope that people can be educated because Palestine extends well beyond October the 7th. October the 7th is part of a wider structure of Israeli genocide. So many people were really against you know, learning about Israel prior to October the 7th. October the 7th led to a lot of people learning about it, but there can be more. Yeah. See you later, Timer. I really can't ask her. I think there is a lot to care about the Jason Arde story. Perhaps it's more of a British thing, but I just do think the thing about Jason Arde that's kind of important is how Jason Arde was subjected to hounding by the press, you know? And it really sucked. And I think the way that people reported on it was, yeah. Yes. Okay, right. Let's go back to this video.
To be very difficult for Trump. It's imposing a great deal of pressure on Republicans. And that tension almost seems to be making Trump even more.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's just an American thing. But I do think the Jason Arde story is pretty important in terms of the, yeah. Yeah.
Erratic and is bringing out the more unpredictable sides of his nature.
Yes, and I mean, on the ground, all of this is having an impact on regional partnerships as well. I mean, you argue that Trump sees alliances more as deals where allies have to pay for protection. I mean,
no, also, Ade, Bastani was not a main commentator on the Jason Ade story. He just had some pretty gross stories.
how are we seeing that play out, especially in the Gulf, you know, as regional partners look to themselves rather than relying on the US?
Yeah, exactly. There is a growing sense in the Gulf that the guarantees that they thought they had that the United States would protect them against Iran cannot be counted upon in the future. One possible scenario is that the US just ends up walking away from this and leaving a real mess in the Gulf. If you talk to people in the Gulf, they argue that there has to be some kind of regional framework in the future. There's been talk even of an arrangement with Iran to manage the strait and the traffic flows in and out to oil facilities around the region. That might be the way that this finally ends, even if it ends up perhaps infringing upon the principle of freedom of navigation if some kind of transit fee ends up getting charged. But, you know, it doesn't seem as though the relationships that the Gulf thought they had with the United States can sustain this war. And that, I think, is something that is happening more broadly across Europe. And with Trump's pressure on South Korea in recent days, which was motivated.
I think the thing with Jason Ade is, I talked about it the other day. I don't know if you saw that Gradual Auto. I did like a segment on my stream about it, hence why I'm not like talking about it in depth right now. I already gave my opinions on it, and I think it says, I think when it comes to it, it does speak a lot. And you're right, it is similar to the phone hacking stuff of people just behaving totally irresponsibly and picking through every detail of a person's life and saying certain things were untrue when they weren't and certain things were untrue. And it's a story in which, though, it is very evident that as like leftist commenters, and that's why Bastani became such a repugnant figure in all of this, as leftist commentators, there is something to say about like, hi, why is the press so interested in a black academic when there are literally sex offenders, plagiarists who've managed to go on and get different jobs? This notion that it was a real story of public interest, I don't think the British public really does care about it. They care about it because it was a black academic. And there is a lot to be said as well about the guy who finding the story being Nathan Kofnas, who is like a race realist, race scientist who believes black people are so unintelligent that in a meritocracy they would have no position in higher education institutions.
By his anger that they didn't sign up to his war in Iran, even though the US relationship with South Korea is specific to the Korean Peninsula and it has nothing to do with wider security interests.
President Trump says there are no talks ongoing right now. Trump's envoy, Jared Kushner, on the other hand, indicated just yesterday that talks were in fact taking place. At the same time, Iran is narrowing its demands for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Is there any way for these two sides to get things back on track?
Yes. My own assessment is it's a 2 in 3 chance that ultimately we're going to get to a deal here because neither side, Wolf, has an incentive to continue on and on and on into the war. And I think if, as reported, this new set of demands, you used the term narrowing. That's a very...
By the way, is oil up? Because the... Oh, no, wait, no. The Brent crude is up, yeah. How's the stock market doing? Let's have a look at the Dow. Dow Jones. The Dow Jones is at 53,000, so it's over 50,000. We're all good, don't worry. I'll have to go back and watch your VOD. Yeah, feel free to go back and watch the VOD. I had quite a long talk about it. I think I recorded it. I could upload the video if people wanted to, but I had quite a lot to say about what happened to Jason Ade, so...
Very good sign, because what I didn't see on that list, for example, was a demand that all U.S. forces leave the region. I didn't see a demand for massive reparations. What you see, and you put it up again, are within the realm of a conversation that I think could lead to a deal. So I think the bad news is apparently there are no robust conversations. The good news is if this is the new narrowed list of demands, I think there's trade space in there to get to yes.
Congressman, I do want to ask you, because you do have experience as an international businessman and as an ambassador, in foreign policy in Congress and the House Foreign Affairs Committee. The president put out a social media post today.
I don't want to hear this, Congressman, and you're asking for it anyway, so I'll talk about it. Joshua Landis just has a long post about this. So in case you guys didn't know, Israel attacked they attacked a specific base. They launched 8 strikes on... I can't remember which base it is. Let me just find the name. Okay. Oh, it says here, Abu Dahur Air Base. So it's right next to Turkey. In fact, it's literally right next to it. It says, okay, here. Last week, Syria was able to fly an Su-22 M5 that it had repaired. Abu al-Durhur Air Base... airport had the largest number of leftover planes captured from the old regime. Syria is busy rehabilitating an old Su and a MiG-23. By the way, why would you even bother with this? They don't work, right? They don't work, these planes. They'd be like so useless at this point in comparison to what America had. So far, it is believed that Syria has flown 2 L-39 Albatrosses, 2 Su-22s, 1 Mi-24 Hind helicopter, and 2 Mi-17 helicopters. These are all outdated as shit, by the way, right? But effectively, Syria is training more pilots. They're also apparently rehabilitating their air force, no doubt with Turkish help. And Israel couldn't allow that, even though Syria will agree to a peace deal with them. Yeah, well, an aviation industry, more of an air force, I think, is this, is what they're trying to develop. A MiG, no, a MiG is a Soviet fighter jet. Yeah, it's an old fighter jet from the Soviet period. Which one did they fly? So they've apparently a MiG-23. A MiG-23 is a plane that was made in 1967 last. I'll pin it right now. Thank you. Yeah, these are planes from the 60s that they're not even allowed to have. They'd work depending on who is flying them. Iran has been using F-5s for over 50 years. Interesting. So Turkey can't use it as a forward base in the future. Nah, I don't believe that so much. I think Israel is just like, nah, you can't have anything. You can't have anything. Well, I'm aware that they work, I guess. But the thing is like, they're just going to be so outclassed by new equipment, right? That Israel will probably just blow them up. MIG's Command and Conquer made them seem OP. Mate, I have no idea whether they're OP. Weapons are not my expertise. They're not from the 60s. It says this is from the 60s, that this one was created. A MiG-23 was built in the 60s. Anyway, Turkey was also at work at the airport, which clearly sparked Israel's ire. Doing what, I am not sure. A number of Alawite Air Force officers have been enlisted to help make these repairs. An important Syrian personality, Mr. Khaled Kamal, stated that only one Alawite has accepted to join the general security. This infuriated many Syrians because Mr. Kamal exercises considerable authority in Latakia governorate, an Alawite majority area, despite not formally holding the title of governor. He stated one of the most important TV news shows, Salon al-Jimhuriya, that no Alawites had come forward to join the new security forces, save one. This is patently not true. It galled Alawites, who are convinced that many in the new regime are determined to keep Alawites from carrying arms again or serving their country. In 2025, Syria's civil aviation sector recorded its highest level of activity since 2019, with the movement of more than 1.6 million passengers recorded across Damascus and Aleppo. Approximately 11,700 international flights operated at an increase of nearly 300. But I do understand that, and you may be completely correct about that. I hadn't actually heard much about the civilian rehabilitation. But doesn't that have more to do with not being sanctioned anymore? That basically you can fly more flights, right? From more places. It seems this is much more specifically related to the bombing of an airbase that they're worried about Syria using, basically. That they're worried about Syria just having any kind of capacity to defend itself. It's actually why they got rid of chemical weapons, by the way, in Syria. They don't give a shit about people having chemical weapons. There's an out-of-control country that currently has nuclear weapons. You know, there's a nuclear country that has weapons. Yeah, I was speaking to them rehabilitating old aircraft for improving their general experience with aircraft. Nice. I see. I hadn't... Yeah, obviously I'm not that aware. I'll see if there's any nice videos that are doing this. That are covering this. Syria airstrike. God, the people talking about this are just... It's either Fox News or... It's either Fox News or Y on TV. There was actually another story coming out of Syria of killing of like a guy being tortured to death. Egypt's Intel Observer is talking about this. Apparently, Afis Air Base, a smaller military airstrip in northwestern Idlib, has also seen upgrades and rehab work since early this year. The airstrip was historically used by helicopter squadrons of the Syrian Aviation Armed Forces, I assume, the SAAF. Expect more Syrian military facilities to be struck by Israel in the coming period, as it will likely seek to keep Syria demilitarized and disrupt any efforts to rebuild the country's military capabilities. By the way, this isn't actually all this is about. Hey, Lemon Mint Cat, thank you for the $5. Thank you for supporting the channel as always. Vanessa Beeley said Jolani wouldn't attack Hezbollah in Lebanon without air cover. Maybe US okay that, see that Pakistan, Saudi Arabia deal anti-Shia resistance. I don't think that the Saudi Arabia stuff is to do with anti-Shia stuff. I think it's more anti-Emirates. I think that that's what they're more concerned about, if I'm honest. But maybe you're right. I think that what this more pertains to is, first of all, removing any plausible threat to Israel, but it's also about preventing Ahmed al-Shara, Jolani, from ever fully controlling the country. That's a major thing. He doesn't want it to control the former country. Like, they want him to be a weak leader in a failed state. That is obviously the preferred strategy of the Israelis, the Emiratis, is a completely collapsed country that is a failed state. Okay? They don't want Syria to succeed. They don't want it to have anything going for it. They literally just want it to be a country that doesn't function or work at all. That's their major plan. Okay? That's it. So they want to degrade it for that reason. Having a powerful air force, having all of this stuff, is a means to actually do something and to control your country and to fight against Israel. Maybe they do want to fight against Hezbollah, but I also think that that's such a nightmare for al-Shara that, you know, what would be the point of it? You'd have to invade another country. If you had to guess, how does Iran feel about Israel blowing the hell out of the Syrian Air Force? Doesn't give a shit. I don't think Iran gives a shit. I don't think Jolani will ever form good relations with Iran. I think that they're probably like, yeah, okay. Maybe they care in the sense of they kind of think they would rather have a Syria that could preoccupy Israel or could threaten Israel or could represent some kind of thing that diverts Israeli strategy. But I think that the whole thing is Israel knows that Syria can't threaten it with a few old fighter jets. Israel has such an advanced military. What is it going to do, realistically? Still fucking weird, Israel using this opportunity to attack Syria when they're occupied by another country. Syria's also occupied by, Syria is also occupied by Israel, but Syria keeps making overtures towards peace. Al-Shara offers peace with Israel. That's something that might happen under this. Okay, if there is one difference under Gadi Eisenkot, it might be this, okay? That Gadi Eisenkot cuts a deal with Syria because Ahmed al-Shara says over and over again he wants a deal with Israel. Unfortunately, Israel as a society probably cannot make that deal. For Israel, by the way, this would be amazing. Imagine another normalized country, but instead you've got Israelis talking about how they want to fight against Syria because Syria is going to be the jihad capital against Israel. Syria is occupied. Yeah, I mean, that's true. More like messing with Lebanon. Even then, the thing is I reckon Hezbollah have the capacity to take out Syrian planes. I don't think they have the capacity to take out Israeli advanced fighter jets, but probably a Syrian plane, I think. I don't know. I think maybe, I think maybe they could. I don't know enough about it, but yeah, I think I'm more of the opinion that it's more to do with some other things. If Syria would have competed AD. Oh, if Syria had competent air defense, it would be more difficult for Israel to bomb Iran unless the head chopper would team up with the Israelis. Well, I did just show you that he's offered peace deals to Israel over and over again. So, yeah. Shara's idea of a deal. Well, Shara... I seem to remember that Ahmed al-Shara is willing to give up parts of the Golan Heights, although it is saying here under the Jerusalem Post that he's seeking a security agreement but will not give up the Golan Heights. I think he'd sign a deal with them that got them out of territories conquered since he took power. I think that's what he'd do.
Welcome to the Burger Reich.
Yalla Habibi, thank you for becoming a member and supporting the channel. Always greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Yeah, honestly, goated. Thanks for becoming a member. Always appreciated. Welcome, Yalla Habibi. Yalla Habibi. Yalla Habibi. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Syria has its own problems as well. This is, by the way, if you want a sign that things aren't so good in Syria, have a listen to this story.
The grief of a mother whose son died after being abused in detention is something many Syrians hoped they would never see again. Or the shock of a wife, now wondering how to raise two.
Well, okay, when it comes to Assad, if you look at what happened with Israel post-October the 7th, I believe that there were a small couple of strikes after October the 7th into Israel by... the small couple of strikes by militants inside of Syria. Instantaneously, it quietened down because obviously, yeah, they obviously didn't want things to... They basically didn't want any blowback because Syria was obviously still struggling.
2 children on her own. Mohammed Gumera walked into Al-Hafa police station in Latakia after being summoned to answer questions over a financial dispute. He came out in a coma and is now in this shroud. His family say Mohammed died of a brain hemorrhage and other internal bleeding as a result of being beaten in detention at this police station. His wife informed the officers that he had haemophilia, a blood disorder which makes it hard for his body to stop bleeding. The warning didn't save him.
This wasn't an end.
Yeah, this is the thing and the problem with him. This guy was beaten to death in custody. So it's very evident that a lot of problems that pre-existed in Syria and caused the issues are still there. Also, by the way, the photos out of Gaza are awful. They are awful. My God. I'm obviously not showing anything, but... Oh, Jesus Christ.
individual mistake because I went to the head of security and warned him about his condition, and they didn't listen. The second time, I went to the interrogator and warned him. They beat him. Why? Who takes responsibility? As long as I have breath in my body, I will not be silent.
I mean, also, to be fair, they did actually kill 1,000 plus, 1,000 plus Alawites, the government, and there's been no real accountability for that in not long ago, and some of the massacres were atrocious.
Muhammad had already survived much. He and his father took part in the revolution and were under siege in the Damascus suburb of Ghouta. Muhammad joined the White Helmets, volunteer frontline first responders who worked in opposition areas. Rad al-Saleh, former head of the White Helmets and now Minister for Emergencies, said on Monday that in the new Syria there's no room for impunity, that there should be justice worthy of people's sacrifices for a state where their rights and dignity were protected.
I mean, I think the thing that really is just so fucking sucky is, I do think, like, the protests in Syria, by the way, especially for the first year, were genuine. That doesn't mean the sentiments went away. The problem is guns were just thrown in there. And, by the way, the people throwing guns into these countries are people like Lindsey Graham. The people who throw these guns into these countries don't give a shit about the people who actually live there. They throw them and give them to anyone, and those people often end up leading to further destabilization that only escalates the conflict, which then needs the government to carry out more bombings and, you know, carry out, like, I'm sure, violations of human rights, and then these people carry out violations of human rights, and it is all because none of them give a shit about what's actually going on there. They don't give a shit about what Syrians want. They don't give a shit about what anyone wants. And I'm sure that there's criticisms of and things to say about the White Helmets. I've never been an expert in it. But yeah. Chris, you have belief in protests for Syria and Ukraine, but not Libya. Why? Wait, I do believe that there were people who protested in Libya. I just believe that they made up a ton of fucking lies in about it. I think that there were always, like, when it comes to an authoritarian regime, there are always winners and losers of that authoritarian regime who are going to have discontent. What happened in Syria, though, was in Libya was massive lying. The reason I also believe in Syria about the protests there is because people I really do respect and think are like great academics talk about it. I don't think Abdul Razak Takriti is a liar about Syria. I really don't think he lied about Syria. I think, you know, I think, like, when you listen to what he has to say about it, he was basically just like, the first year was very legitimate, but further on it was just people throwing guns into it.
Many Syrians had hoped that the days of death in detention were over, gone along with the Assad regime. But Muhammad's case is not the first of mistreatment under the new authorities. Just days ago, a Syrian rights group published a report accusing the government of rebuilding what it described as the machinery of violence. It detailed 19 testimonies, including cases of death in custody and abuse, including...
I think also just so much of this kind of stuff. With... The problem lies in the fact that, like, I really don't dismiss the fact that Iranians do actually want change. That people want change in many countries. You can find so many Iranians talking about change. The major problem is, and why I don't support any of this, like, interventionism, is because those intervening don't give a shit about anyone there. They literally just want a puppet dictator who will then be unpopular, who will not make any meaningful change for their country.
Torture by electric shock.
Protests were organised across the country. In Aleppo...
Yes, also 100%. 100%. 100%. The thing is that when it comes to, you know, when it comes to people like the lies about Libya, there were so many. There was this claim by the British government that because Gaddafi had said some things, that he was going to kill everyone in opposition areas. Gaddafi actually controlled a lot of opposition areas, and he wasn't massacring everyone. And they claimed they had to intervene to protect him, but it wasn't true. It's a regime change organization. The white helmets, I don't know. I'm not an expert in Syria.
People were only allowed to...
HTS did massive mistreatment of women in detention. It was well reported at the time. The things that I read, because I read a bit about him, a bit about al-Shara and HTS, and I read it from some guy who was at my uni who was Syrian and an academic. He was writing about it. He said in their detention that there were protests in Idlib, the area that they controlled, about mistreatment in detention. Yeah. Which creates a lot of the discontent in the first place. Not that there wouldn't be, if there wasn't, but it would be at such a smaller scale. Yeah, I mean, that is. I think that is. I think that is true. No one's actually pushing the Gaddafi stuff of, like, Gaddafi committing war crimes. It's a point about the lies someone was mentioning. Yeah.
to gather for 15 minutes before security forces told them the protest was unsanctioned and that they should go home. Organisers of a large...
But I think that al-Shara kind of proves the point that I'm making, okay? This is what the West wanted for years, apparently to bring about something that the Syrian people want. And no doubt there was a lot of jubilation at the beginning of the... that they were right at the beginning, that people were like, oh yeah, we want change, we got change, and there was jubilation and happiness. But increasingly, the West just doesn't give a shit about what Syria does. But not because al-Shara is democratic, not because he's changed the country for good, literally just because al-Shara dances the right tune. What was the unban request? Where do I even see an unban request? What did he say? Where's the unban request? What are you talking about? How do I see unban requests? How to see let me deal with it. It's not something you need to deal with. How do I find it? Go to your channel and open mod view. Moderation. Okay, I won't read it on stream. Oh, I was wondering why your message saying "Rip Colonel Gaddafi" got removed. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's because you put a full stop in there.
Protests scheduled for Wednesday in Damascus have postponed it after they were contacted by the Presidential Office and Interior Ministry. They
open mod view. How do I open mod view? Give me a second. Hold on. How do I fucking do this? Can one of the mods send it in Discord, please? Now, I'd like to see it. Ah, okay. Thank you. Hold on, I'm just fiddling about. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. He just said he's going to post me all over the place. Who cares? Oh, I've accidentally closed the Twitch chat. Give me a second. It's fine. I've seen it. It's fine. I don't give a shit. It's just someone on the internet. People say shit all the time. People have threatened to harm me. I don't care. He's a horrible guy. Like, he's banned. That's it. That's the end of it. Sorry about that. I was just looking at what the guy was saying. I was fiddling about. Yes. After the vicious DDoS from the deep state. Yes. It's not YouTube. I'm trying to understand how it works. I'm trying to understand how It works. Don't worry, you didn't read derail. I just wanted to see what it was. I don't care. It's some guy saying shit. It's so is life, unfortunately. It works. Don't worry, you didn't read derail. I just wanted to see what it was. I don't care. It's some guy saying shit. Now I'm repeating myself. Hold on. I'm having a bit of trouble with popping out the chat and such. If you I've sent him my response. I've sent him my response. Yeah. That's enough of that. Okay, right. Now it's in light mode. It's so much better. I don't know what Chatterino is. It's just a guy saying shit is the major issue. Most technologically proficient Brit. You guys are just saying horrible stuff to me because I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to live my life and be free and think about the world, and you guys don't like that. You guys don't like that. Fuck off. There was something I wanted to watch. CNN had some good video. It was fine, actually. Last night with... There was some fine Fareed Zakaria thing. Here we go. Here we go. We'll watch this.
One of the great mysteries surrounding the US-Iran war is why the economic toll from the months-long assault on Tehran has not compelled that country to make peace. Iranian officials estimated in April that US and Israeli strikes had caused $270 billion worth of damage to Iranian infrastructure. Iran had to borrow heavily from the central bank to keep...
Why is my streamer Unk? Bro, I'm trying my best. I don't know how this shit works. I'm really technologically inept. It's not my core talent. I've never been that good with tech, so I apologize. Chatterini has some, but it's a resource hog. It should be fine. My PC is good enough. Also, I think I am going to do the thing of trying to buy a PC when I'm out there in Canada. I think it's necessary.
Fighting. Inflation is expected to rise, and it was already at more than 40% last year. Ordinary Iranians are undoubtedly suffering. How has the country then not been brought to surrender by now? Part of the reason is that nations are not moved by economics alone. Nationalism, dignity, pride all play their part. But it is also worth noting that Iran's economy, as strained as it has been by decades of sanctions and now the war, has nonetheless been surprisingly resilient. For all the perceptions of Iran as an economic basket case, for all the real pain inflicted...
No. I just need a new computer for when I'm out there, because I'm going to be out there for a while, and I just need one. So I'm going to cop myself something. I'm going to try and get like a nice cheapish PC that works.
It is also true that Iran is one of the region's more diversified, functioning industrial economies. Iran borders 7 countries and can trade over land. It also has several ports, some of which have been operational even during the war. Iran exports more than just oil. Protectionist policies and entrepreneurship have fostered booming industries such as steel, petrochemicals, iron, and food products. Iran has adapted to international sanctions by...
What the hell are you driving there? What kind of whip is that?
...and food products. Iran has a...
For the PC fund, my man Fit TT. Thank you for supporting the channel as always. That's the new PC fund. I remember I had a previous PC fund which bought me this bad boy. But to be fair, with that PC, it was very justified in the sense of, you know, you needed rid of that noise. I told you, when I went on Bad Hasbara, they thought a plane was taking off because my old... Wait, I can show you. My old Alienware PC. Look at this. It's an old-ass Alienware. This is what I was streaming on previously. Wait. That's what I was streaming on previously, and it used to sound like a plane taking off. For the piss cam fund, I told you the infinite money glitch is infinite. It never stops. It never stops. Marcus, thank you for the €2. Thank you for supporting the channel. I'll sell you for the cheap price of 4. Yeah, I'd prefer not to pay that, but I guess I'm gonna have to accept it. Sheesh, the Alienware. I know, I've had that PC since like 2018, so I was streaming from 2018 on that until 2025 or 2024. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. Sorry, what is this car? Is that a Chahis? Is that it? The bro driving the Chahis. Is that how you say it? Is that Chahis? I don't remember. What's the 3 dot? Or is it like Nia His? Nia His? I can't read it like that.
Adapted to international sanctions by producing more of what it needs at home, including cars.
Oh, it's a Saipa, Iranian domestic car. Wow.
Pharmaceuticals and home appliances.
Alienware quite possibly is Israeli. I bought that PC when I'd only just learnt about Israel, really, like a couple of years before, so yeah, I wasn't really thinking very much.
These goods are not always internationally competitive, not by a long stretch, but they do cater to local demand, and that helps the country during wartime.
Shaheen!
Well, and as for the oil, the Wall Street Journal reports that an increasing number of transactions are taking place, but in Chinese yuan rather than dollars, helping Iran evade sanctions. In 2024, Iran earned an estimated $43 billion in oil revenue, and the journal found that most of the sales were made in yuan.
CNN out here doing some propaganda for the state of Iran, talking about how they're moving money in the petro yuan.
Tehran also uses cryptocurrency to evade sanctions, which is similarly hard to track. And it's crucial to understand that Iran's elite directly benefits from the way the economy works right now. That is, in an opaque system controlled by shadowy interests, including the country's clerics and its Islamic.
Yeah, I'm driving the Saipa. I'm driving the Saipa near the Iranian monarchists, and they're going crazy. They don't want to see a brother winning and driving the Saipa around.
Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. As Kayhan Valadbegi writes in Phenomenal World, after the Islamic Revolution, the government seized elite assets and distributed them into 2 camps. Some, like banks, insurance companies, and heavy industries, were nationalized and run directly by government ministries. Others, including the Shah's foundations, were distributed to social organizations known as bonyads.
To be fair, you know, one of the main things that the sanctions have actually collapsed, in my understanding, was that the Iranians did, post-revolution, did genuinely try and, at least to some extent, look after the poor and offer support in society to people. But increasingly, you know, when you're sanctioned, how do you do that? And especially when, you know, it gives you it gives space for dodgy things to happen and for people who would engage in predatory practices to do that even more, if you know what I mean. Like when it's all kind of like when it's all kind of like this thing of just happening in shadowy stuff, yeah.
Which answered to the clerics. The bonyads headed reconstruction and relief efforts surrounding the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s and grew into sprawling conglomerates over time. Many of the nationalized industries were eventually privatized, and many of those companies ended up in the hands of the IRGC, Valadbegi writes. Today, the IRGC's commercial interests span Iran's shipping, construction, oil, car making, and telecom industries. And as Reuters notes, sanctions have reinforced the Revolutionary Guard's control of the economy because it facilitates.
Also, Drac, I don't actually agree with the petro yuan stuff, and the only reason I don't agree is because China still has so many dollars. Like China, the amount of dollars China has is just unbelievable. How much US dollars? How much US dollar reserve does the UK have? Does the UK even have like a dollar reserve? I don't even know that. The United Kingdom, oh my god. We have apparently $225 billion worth of it. There's not a live daily breakdown. Apparently, we heavily lean into dollars, euros, and then yen. China has $3 trillion. China has $3 trillion of it. They did petrodollars is about preventing non-dollars being spent. But that's the thing. China doesn't give a shit about that kind of stuff. You know, they've been dumping the bonds. You're correct about that. They've been dumping that. But the notion that they care, like, you know, specifically about spending in dollars, I don't think China gives a shit. They need to spend in dollars, because why the fuck do you have trillions of dollars? China have over 3 trillion in foreign country reserves, foreign currency reserves. China's foreign currency reserve. China also, the yuan is a bit of a strange currency because it's intentionally kept downwards by the Chinese. They keep it downwards themselves through like quite strict policies. But yeah, they have huge amounts of dollars.
It's clandestine exports and trade through intermediaries and shell companies. In other words, they control the smuggling. It is now estimated that the IRGC and the Bonniards control more than 50% of Iran's economy. And as Reuters notes, whenever post-war reconstruction is attempted, the Guard Corps will be a main beneficiary because of its dominance in construction and engineering. Iran's economy has, of course, operated at the expense of ordinary citizens. But there are millions of people who benefit from proximity to the regime.
Zoom out to what? Zoom out to what, sorry? What do you want me to zoom out to? We're all forced to have dollars. Yeah, that's true. It's also because China has a massive, what's it called? They export massively. But what do you want me to zoom out to? Zoom out to, like, the wider world? Yeah, it's because they export so much. Had those bonds because the petrodollar was strong. Yeah, also, the major reason China dumped so many of the the US bonds is because the US is just an increasingly unreliable country to have that money in, because the US is constantly doing the most moronic shit like this. And yeah, you're right. The US economy operates at the expense of everyone else in the world. Who holds more? China are the second largest holder of US currency in the world. Who holds more? Japan. They used to hold the second most bonds, I believe. Or maybe they held the most and then it was Japan, but those two were top two. Zoom out and look at things like first international trades, especially in petrochemicals, being done without dollars for the first time like 2 years ago. Maybe, there will no longer be a hegemonic currency. Maybe you're completely correct about that. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see that developing. But yeah, I'm not so sure China's interested in the petro yuan, which is kind of the take that I was talking about, of a lot of people saying, oh, no, it's going to be the, oh no, the US is the first that holds the most. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but I'm not sure that's fair that you include them in there, because it's not right, okay?
The journal reports members of the volunteer paramilitary force, the Basij and the IRGC, can enjoy positions in government-linked companies or access to cheap loans. One of the many problems with Donald Trump's approach to Tehran is that he acts as though he's dealing with the straightforward imperatives of a normal market economy. But Iran's economy is dominated by a web of perverse incentives. Sanctions and isolation are bad for the country, but they are good for its rulers.
I really, increasingly, do not get the logic of sanctions. Because in my understanding, they just make a section of the population so much more reliant on you. Do they not? Is that not a thing? That you're just going to be that they're going to be way more reliant on you?
For all the pain that the United States and Israel have inflicted on Iran since they began the war.
What a gross take. Does he say the same thing about Cuba? What do you think, Huge Vibes? What do you think?
They've also given that country a powerful gift of sorts, the opportunity to demonstrate to the world control over the Strait of Hormuz. The strait handled about 20 million barrels of oil a day before the war, 1/5 of the world's total oil supply. By exerting control over the waterway, Iran has brought about what the International Energy...
I mean, the point of sanctions is to just foment a revolution. That is literally the point, to foment an uprising that the US can then profit from by appointing some bullshit dictator in its place. That is literally the point of it, because they know that in them... The major problem with democracy in the Middle East is in pretty much every country, they are never, ever, ever, ever going to vote for someone who likes Israel, and so they can't have democracy. That's the problem. What you have to understand is that Middle Eastern people would just have the audacity to just not vote for... Yeah. Would just not have the audacity to vote for someone who doesn't like Israel.
Agency calls the largest disruption to global oil supply in history, sending oil prices soaring. But Iran's weapon might be one with an expiration date on it. As the Wall Street Journal reports, Gulf countries are already scrambling to build up oil infrastructure to bypass the strait. In May, the UAE said it would speed up the construction of a second pipeline to its storage hub in Fujairah, which lies just beyond the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia has redirected oil from the strait to its western port of Yanbu via its east-west pipeline. That infrastructure, built up during the Iran-Iraq war.
To be fair, this is all true, by the way, that there are ways around this. There are ways to get around this. You can just reroute your oil, to some extent at least, but these pipelines can't take everything, and then their plan is to put it underground, allegedly. But even then, it would still have to have above-ground parts. And I assume if you manage to somehow collapse an underground pipeline, that would actually be more of a nightmare than an overground pipeline, because isn't an overground pipeline really easy to fix? It's like the major advent of this kind of stuff. Yeah, their goal's to put them underground, but I guess if you collapse them, it's just, yeah. The Houthis have bombed it, by the way. They've bombed Yanbu. It's still an escalation that the Iranians possess.
In the 1980s, is moving nearly 7 million barrels a day. Before the war, it moved just 2 million barrels a day. And the journal notes Gulf countries are also talking about speeding up the construction of a rail corridor that would offer another route to move oil. These solutions are imperfect. Pipelines are expensive and complicated to build, and they're vulnerable to drone attacks.
No, they want to put them underground. That's apparently the alleged plan.
And trains cannot move as much oil as ships, nor as cheaply. Another strategy is not to find new paths for the supply of oil, but to reduce the demand for it. As the World Economic Forum notes, many countries are adopting energy-saving policies to do just that. Indonesia and Myanmar have devoted one day of the week for public sector employees to work from home. Other countries have reduced school days or increased remote learning. Many countries are rationing fuel. But no country's attempts to slash oil imports and demand have been as consequential as those of the world's largest energy importer, China. Today, China is taking in at least 3 million fewer barrels of oil.
Which is, to be fair, this stuff probably does factor into the thought of the members of the Islamic Republic who want to go on the offensive, that, like, they should go, that the choice should be, right, we've got to do it now, because if we don't do it now, we're fucked. So the option is to go now or don't do it. Like, long term, get what you need right now and keep your, don't just sit here and nothing happen. But obviously it's a risky as fuck, to be the one doing the attacking.
Oil per day than it did before the war. That's because...
But also, by the way, with all this pipeline stuff, I feel like it doesn't address one of the major issues, which this year we're probably going to see Adam Tooze's favourite concept, a polycrisis, because phosphate isn't getting through, but also there's a super El Nino, which I don't know if any of you know this. I heard this recently for the first time. Did you know that the Panama Canal is drying up? And so the Panama Canal is like a key... a key flashpoint for transporting goods around the world. Things like coffee, chocolate are all going to get more expensive. So I really don't know how they're going to address all of these problems.
Beijing has spent years inuring itself from just the kind of global energy supply shocks we're seeing today. It has stored up huge reserves of oil, and it runs its factories largely on domestic coal and renewables. And as NYU's Global Affairs professor Carolyn Kessan writes in her newsletter, the Asian giant's reduction in oil imports is a key reason prices haven't climbed even higher.
You know, also another major issue right now in the world is the Rhine. The Rhine is dried up. The Rhine is like a choke point of German industry, and the Rhine's got no water in it at its lowest points. And there are loads of big rocks in the Rhine that they need to get rid of. They haven't done it. It's so funny. Adam Tooze was showing a cool one, which was from, I don't know if any of you have heard about this. There's like a Nazi-era sub that's sort of, there's Nazi-era, sorry, it's not a submarine. There's a Nazi-era shit that's just like, yeah, here it is. Hold on, I'll show you. It's not a WebP. Nice. Look at this. So this is like Nazi-era military equipment that's currently appeared in the Danube River for the first time in a very long time. So this is, yeah, this is where Nazi shit got sunk. It's really interesting. But yeah, all of this, Iran is lucky that the year that this has happened has been such an economic threat and disaster and potential flashpoint. Danube? Danube? Is it Danube? 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 China is still importing Iranian oil through Pakistan. Tankers hug the coast and transfer the oil to other tankers. Pakistani waters and send it up to China. It does not show up in official stats. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that they're fine about this, that they've been able to get away with it. Yeah, it's not a submarine. It's a ship of some variety. I apologize. Oh, sorry, I didn't know the difference between a ship and a submarine. What are you going to do about it? Fucking sue me?
China has also limited consumption of energy at home. As JP Morgan's head of commodity strategy, Natasha Kanava, observes, the reduction is not the result of government mandate. It seems to be largely driven by consumer choice and a ready availability of electric vehicles. China already has the largest fleet of EVs in the world, and people are using them.
God, I actually cannot believe that you were seeing think pieces from people who do not know anything about China. By the way, I know basically shit about China, but these people, okay, these people were like, Trump's war with Iran will destroy China. And it's like, China is best placed for this. This is just a massive boon to them. People are just going to be so much more interested in electric vehicles and electric power because they're so much better at promoting it. They're so dominant in it.
More than ever. EV charging volumes on highways rose by 56% on the first day of the annual May Day holiday compared to the year before. Residents.
The biggest pub chain in the world is in China, which is a fact I learnt today. Also, by the way, you guys all keep mentioning a guy called Dan Yube. Who is he? Who is Dan Yube?
Are traveling more by train and less by jet. The tactics countries and consumers have used to limit oil consumption are born of necessity, not of a desire for a clean energy transition. In some cases, it is coal that is being substituted for oil. But in the long run, green technologies will benefit. NYU's Kisan predicts that oil demand will soon hit a plateau, not because climate policy suddenly triumphed or because governments collectively decided to consume less oil, but because insecurity forced adaptation. History bears out that hypothesis. Look at the oil crisis of 1973. It led to a long period of lower oil consumption in the US. That's in part because it spurred America's introduction of fuel economy standards on cars. Europe and Japan were inspired to build up nuclear power capacity.
Hey, Garlic, you got the golden Labubu. You're becoming... There are actually so many of you who have the fucking golden Labubu now. My goats, thank you for a whole year. Thank you for a whole year of support, my man. It is so deeply appreciated. Streaming would not be possible without the kindness of people like yourself. I've been to China. The traffic apps there relies on pedestrians as well. Workers portioned a crosswalk to fix a pothole, and it immediately showed up on the app once they put up barricades. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is like, there are two choices in the world that are so tough, you know. Well, they're not tough. They're actually very simple. The two choices we have are stick with fossil fuels because America is losing to China in electrification, or just do everything to hit electrification goals, because if we don't, we're fucked. And I mean, we're pretty fucked anyway, but you need to head towards that, and it's just, yeah.
And expand public transport.
Yeah, also, Chinese AI models are basically at the same level as American AI models, right? With way less investment into them. China's also been set on improving their grid for years and will actually be able to do it, whereas Western countries who are like, we need to be AI economies, are not going to be able to do it.
The crisis made countries diversify their sources of energy, turning away from an over-reliance on oil. A more positive change is possible now because of the ready availability of renewables and EVs. As Bloomberg reports, the UK is introducing regulations that would require solar panels and energy-efficient heat pumps in new homes. Vietnam wants 10% of houses to have rooftop solar panels by the end of the year. Indonesia's president says he wants all vehicles in his country to be electric. EV purchases...
Yeah, all of China's AI models are open, but don't they also... I heard this recently on Chatham House's Independent Thinking, or whatever it's called. Apparently, Chinese AI models are basically not trained off of other AI models. They believe that like a human should always be in charge of the AI model, whereas in the US, they're like, no, you should train AI models off of other AI models.
Surged in more than 30 countries in March, Bloomberg notes. So in the long run, the surprising effect of this crisis might be that Iran loses a lever it has gained and the world diversifies toward green energy. Who would have guessed? Donald Trump was mad as hell with Iran this week. At the NATO summit in Turkey, he called the Iranian leadership cuckoo, evil, sick people, and a cancer. In February, he called the regime a very wicked radical dictatorship. Weeks later, he threatened that if Iran didn't accept a ceasefire, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. By June, he changed course, signing the Memorandum of Understanding.
Mark Rutte was not born to be the leader of a European country. Mark Rutte was born to be the leader of a country that is totally subservient to America and Israel. I guess there are a few European countries, but I'm talking more like some kind of colonial collaborator, I think is his like future.
Standing intended to bring an end to the war, temporarily lifting oil sanctions against Iran and dangling the prospect of a huge fund to rebuild the country. He said it was unfair to deny Iran ballistic missiles if other countries had them. And he said he would be honored to meet the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, whose father Trump had called one of the most evil people in history when announcing that the U.S. and Israel had killed him.
Yeah, I kind of realized as I was saying that we are probably the biggest cucks of the US in Europe. I know, I guess. Also, shall I be cheeky? Hold on. Wait, how do I? Oh, no, I can't work out how to do it.
If this hot and cold diplomacy surprises you, it shouldn't. Let me take you back to Trump 1.0. when the president was trying to defang the nuclear program of another bitter antagonist, North Korea. As with Iran, it all started with maximalist threats. Faced with North Korea's advancing nuclear program, Trump told reporters in 2017 that the country will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. Sounds familiar? In September of that year, Trump pledged to totally destroy North Korea, saying that its leader, Kim Jong-un, was on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime. He also repeatedly insulted Kim personally, calling him Little Rocket Man.
And now he's accepted the light of Juche. And I assume that soon, as once his predecessor, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini tried, Khomeini once tried to get the Soviet Union and Gorbachev to accept the light of Islam as the Soviet Union collapsed. My thinking is that soon that Mojtaba Khamenei will be sending out a message telling them that they should, basically, that they should basically accept Islam or collapse.
Referring to Kim's short stature and penchant for missile tests. But then Trump switched course, agreeing to meet with Kim in Singapore After that summit, Trump said of the North Korean leader, "I trust him," and that he had a great personality, that they fell in love through letters.
I love this. I love this. We fell in love. He has a great personality.
Trump later invited Kim to meet him at the DMZ, where they posed for photographs together. But the diplomacy went nowhere, and within a year, Trump seemingly lost interest. He has little show for his sticks or his carrots.
Yeah, bro. As like the US empire blows up and there are like videos of American soldiers packing out and leaving countries across the MENA, and they're like being clapped on as they leave by, you know, people, inhabitants of the actual countries, okay? Trump will be sitting dejected in his office. He will receive a message from Mojtaba Khamenei which says, "Brother Trump, you must accept the light of Islam and then you will be able to save the American empire."
Neither a nuclear agreement nor a totally destroyed North Korea. In fact, quite the opposite. North Korea's nuclear program is stronger than ever. Last month, Kim commissioned a 5,000-ton naval destroyer, the country's largest ever warship, that would be capable of carrying nuclear missiles. Pyongyang is also working toward a nuclear-powered submarine, which would combine stealth and range, theoretically allowing it to launch a retaliatory...
Kim doesn't look so great there, but then again, he's been transmitting and moving across the ship, which is, you know, you can't blame him for being a bit warm.
Retaliatory strike from sea if it were hit first on land. The Stockholm International Peace Research...
Yeah, I mean, maybe the difference, okay, between Iran and North Korea is Iranians having the nukes, maybe they wouldn't have gone after them, but I think in, like, theory, that's part of the reason that Iran had chemical weapons. You know, that Syria had chemical weapons, but they still got gone on eventually. I think the major thing is, like, stop messing with us because we'll blow up the global economy, but perhaps they don't possess that. Also, by the way, I said this earlier, I'm sure some of you heard it. This is the craziest statement I've ever heard. This is available nowhere apart from in this podcast. Suzanne Dahlgreen, who's an academic, claims that Trump paid the Houthis a sizable amount of money, that Trump paid the Houthis a large amount of money to exit the conflict with them. Hello, Moldovan Al. Hello for calling me Chris K. Thank you. Thank you for being nice today.
Institute announced last month that North Korea may have as many as 60 nuclear warheads with enough fissile material to...
I also don't think... I think the other thing about being under the umbrella of China, I'm not sure that's so much of a help.
Assemble at least...
Unless I don't know enough about the North Korea-China relationship and that they're way closer than I imagine.
At least 30 more. 7 years ago, when Trump and Kim met, experts estimated North Korea possessed just 20 to 30 nuclear warheads. And last year, a top Air Force general told Congress that the Hermit Kingdom had tested a new ICBM that probably can deliver a nuclear payload to targets throughout North America. Trump has said that he wants to meet with Kim again, but it will be harder now than ever to tempt North Korea to give up nuclear weapons. North Korea is not the famine-struck, isolated country it was in the 1990s, eager for handouts of food and fuel. Though a very poor nation, the North Korean economy grew by 3.7% in 2024, according to South Korea's central bank, which estimates that growth has continued. Part of this turnaround...
I will say, one thing I don't like is when people try and force and claim, oh, yeah. Every country has epic, like, music because they're not America. Look, I'm just thinking about it now. I ain't never heard a North Korean banger like Red Sun in the Sky. But then again, actually, I suppose that's a bit unfair. First of all, I've not listened to that much money from them. But also, that much music from them. But also, second of all, Red Sun in the Sky is like probably one of the greatest songs ever.
Has to do with the fact that North Korea is less isolated than it has been in the past. As the diplomat Jung Park notes in Foreign Affairs, Kim has used the growing rift between the United States and China to strengthen his relationship with Beijing, which is
bad. I'm not lifting. I am not lifting that. I'm not listening to that. I'm going to get fucking... The North Korean government is going to copyright strike me.
Pyongyang's largest trading partner. But Kim's geopolitical masterstroke may be that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, he made himself indispensable to Vladimir Putin. In 2023, North Korea started providing arms to Russia. It now supplies up to 40% of the ammunition that Russia is using in Ukraine, according to Ukrainian intelligence. In 2024, Putin traveled to Pyongyang and signed a mutual defense treaty with Kim, which re-established a security guarantee that had lapsed at the end of the Cold War. The agreement paved the way for about 16,000 North Korean troops to fight in Ukraine on Russia's behalf. The relationship is a huge strategic win for Kim. As Oriana Schuyler Mastro notes in Foreign Affairs, North Korean soldiers have learned the latest in drone warfare from the Russians, and now there's evidence that Russia is helping North Korea develop that nuclear submarine. Trump's volatile, idiosyncratic, and shift.
Do you know what's funny is Fareed Zakaria isn't like annoyed about how much destabilization that all of this brings to the world. And however we feel, it is destabilization being brought to the world by so many of these US policies that he's fucking talking about. Literally, all he cares about is that he's undermining US power in the region. That's it. The US power gets undermined in the region and the world. And he like has a crying fit about it. That's literally it. Culture slop. If you live on the labor of the rest of the world, you've got a lot of time to make art. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is the UK is overtaking everyone when it comes to slop. You clearly haven't heard of the concept of UK poo if you're talking like that. UK poo is just... No, the thing is Fareed Zakaria is worried and wants the US to continue its hegemony, and you can just look at the shit that Trump has done, and it is just so bad for US hegemony. It's also, I think, this desire not to accept the reality that China is very, 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 very powerful. Wait, really? Is there actually a North Korean embassy in China? Guys, that is what becoming... No, a North Korean embassy in the UK. That is what you get by becoming a member. You can send me links to the North Korean embassy in the UK over on Twitch. You got a Prime? Throw it my way, because that's what you can allow yourself to do. We're spitting. Embassy of the Democrat. Do you think there's just like a couple of North Korean guys who live here? It looks like a pretty big house, and it's in Ealing. It's probably worth a lot of money. The 7-bedroom property was purchased for 1.3 million. Yeah, this is another boon for the country of North Korea. That property in Ealing now, if that was 1.3 million then, is probably worth 3 times that. Look at the size of that. Imagine rocking up at the North Korean embassy. Wow. Shall I go? The former embassy ambassador defected in 2016. God, he's such an idiot. You shouldn't have defected then, mate. That's like someone who, you know, the meme of the guy who's involved in a gold mine. He's like mining and mining and mining. Go and seek embassy. Go and seek... I'm not moving to North Korea. I don't need asylum there. Probably worth 3 mil plus. I don't know, more like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 million I'm going for. Wait, how much is a house in Gunnersbury Avenue? Do you think, to be fair as well, you've got to think, if you're purchasing the former embassy of North Gunnersbury Avenue house price, do you think like houses in the vicinity of it have sold recently? So, wait, this is 73 Gunnersbury Avenue. 110 Gunnersbury Avenue, which is just a flat sold for 300 grand. Maybe they didn't make such a good investment. I just want to know, like, when was the last time someone bought a house near the North Korean embassy? Probably sick stuff is going on there. 6, 7? Jesus Christ. Okay, guys, I'm going to go run pee and then we'll do a little bit more. Let me just think about something to put on. Riyadh Awad. Stay, please. I need you guys to stay, and if you leave, I'll know. I know you'll be punished. It is a 7-bed, that is true. I'm just gonna go pee. I'm probably gonna go to prison for playing this.
I want burgers!
Okay. Yeah. Peeing is my personal act of intifada, so you know how it gets. There's a couple of other things. I did want to talk a little bit about this of like, So in case you haven't seen, the US government have made the decision. Oh, Teba Beba, thank you for the 2 months. Honestly, goated, my man. Thank you for supporting the channel. Incredibly kind.
Well, all new too, a Fox News exclusive with top Trump envoy Jared Kushner. It's a 60-day.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, basically, the US government are now changing the terms of the agreement signed between Hamas, the Board of Peace, and Israel to fit Israel.
A memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran expires, and he meets with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. This as the two sides discuss the demilitarization of Gaza. Our chief foreign correspondent Trey Yanks just spoke to Jared Kushner. He reports live from Tel Aviv now with the latest. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, hey, John, good afternoon. Special Envoy Jared Kushner back in the Middle East, where he met today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after speaking with Hamas leadership yesterday in Egypt. The Special Envoy telling Fox News that the roadmap to demilitarize Gaza was discussed with new breakthroughs. Take a listen.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu recently called the Board of Peace roadmap unacceptable. Are you asking the Prime Minister to change his thinking?
I think that was his perception of the plan as he got.
Do you know I heard that apparently Jared Kushner's business was collapsing, his like family business, and then it was propped up. He went to the Qataris first, and then he actually ended up with the Saudis. And the company, an American company who wanted to sell nuclear, like the stuff you need to build a nuclear reactor, wanted to sell it to Saudi through normalizations to Israel. So they made him push the Abraham Accords, I've heard.
I think today we had a very, very good meeting. We were there for almost 4 hours with him and his team going through all the different details. I think there were some valid concerns that they raised that we were able to address. And we were able to go through some of the misunderstandings and misinformation that's been out about it as well. I mean, certain things like we're very committed to the fact that we have a plan to rebuild Gaza, but we will not allow Gaza to be rebuilt until the demilitarization occurs. Nobody wants to put more.
But I don't think... Wait. Board of Peace Gaza plan. I'm pretty confident, if I remember this. Wait, hold on. Hugh Lovett posted it. The thing is Israel... The rebuilding should have started. It should have started, but they didn't do it. Like, Israel has just refused to fulfill its basic obligations on this. And then acts as if, oh no, yes, here you go. Decommissioning cannot start immediately if/when Israel fully implements Phase 1 and agrees to the roadmap. Negotiations with Hamas will need to finalize Phase 2 implementation. This will also require the deployment of the ISF NCAG in Gaza and police force. So the thing is it's not true. The way in which this is framed is utterly ridiculous. The obstacle to peace is Israel. Israel is the one. Here's the exact thing. Okay, I saw this a few days ago. Here are all things Israel's meant to uphold. They haven't done the ceasefire. They haven't allowed the minimum of 600 aid trucks per day, 4,200 per week, and 50 trucks of fuel. They also haven't opened the Rafah border fully. But, like, you know, we just have to listen to this guy tell us about, oh, no, Hamas are not accepting. They've got to completely demilitarize. That's not the case of what it was.
Money into a place that's gone on for so long until if it's just going to be taken over by terrorists or blown up again. We're also not going to restrict Israel's right to defend itself if there are any imminent threats. And so we had to clarify what that means. We could be seeing progress, in as little as 30 days, hopefully on, starting to take some of the weapons out and hopefully filling in some of the tunnels as well in the next 60 to 90 days as well. So progress could come quite soon, but we do need cooperation from both sides. And we're going to hopefully get through it. But we've made a lot of progress to get here. For Israel, we think this is a win-win situation because if Hamas actually gives over the weapons and the tunnels, willingly over the next 60 to 90 days, that obviously would be the elimination of a huge security threat for Israel, almost an unthinkable achievement. And if they don't follow through now on their commitment, everyone will see that they're not genuine about peace, and then Israel will have a lot more support from the U.S. and others to go and finish the job in the appropriate way.
Talking about finishing the job. I love this. I'm in awe at how nonsensical this is. I'm in awe. The fact that, by the way, there are people who tell you that Hamas is the problem. It's evident who the fucking problem is. It's Israel. Israel is not interested in anything to do with this. With making peace.
Met with Hamas officials yesterday. Do you think they're genuine about peace?
I mean, they said all the right things, but obviously it's very, very hard to trust, a terrorist organization that committed these terrible atrocities. But we had a very cordial meeting, and they said all the right things. And so we're going to give them a chance to perform, but it's going to have to be based on actions and steps. And I hope it will be true.
Special Envoy Kushner also discussing the memorandum of understanding with Iran that...
you cannot make a deal with these people. You genuinely cannot. Because Israel won't uphold the deal, and then they'll manipulate it. They'll manipulate the deal so you can make it such that the Israelis can hold to it. Wow. Holy... But oh my God. Also, yeah, it's just fucking crazy. 1/10,000th the scale of the other party. I know. It is just incredible, genuinely incredible that this is the reality of that this is treated as real. By the way, Apple News is reporting a tsunami. Israel has recorded negative migration with around 140,000 people deducted from the country's migration balance over the 3-year period. Israel is genuinely just in a lot of trouble related to that. While speaking about the MOU in Iran. I know. And it's this expectation that people should just cut deals with Iran. I'm really not surprised that they are, I'm really not surprised that the Iranians are playing hardball when it comes to accepting a deal. I wouldn't even call it playing hardball. I wouldn't call it hardball at all. I would just say it's kind of like facing reality. That the US is not interested in doing anything decent and won't do the right thing. I mean, I wouldn't even cite the example of Gaddafi, by the way. I would cite the example of what's going on in the West Bank. If you give up your weapons, Israel's just going to import a ton of fucking crazed settlers, give them guns, and then attack you with them. So what do you do? Until there is a guarantee that Israel will not attack, that there are serious and substantive discussions towards a two-state solution, this is the problem. Like, Hamas's decision to sign it, obviously the situation in Gaza was horrific, and it has got somewhat better. It has got somewhat better in Gaza. Like, that's materially true from the worst point of starvation. Like, you can look at the statistics. Everyone kept citing this UNICEF report. There are improvements. It is still fucking atrocious. But it must have been that motivated them, because otherwise, you know, like, why do it? Why do it? I haven't covered the Green Party things. I don't think I will cover them today, to be honest. Iran is just being practical. Exactly. Why would you fucking negotiate with these people and leave anything open? Guarantee how? What do you mean guarantee how? I hope Iran not playing with this shit, because I will call them right in their faces. Guarantee what, though? These evil genociders will pretend that they will be more merciful if you give up weapons. Yep, we literally talked about this with the Polisario Front. The Polisario Front didn't do the things that the Palestinians did, you know. They didn't engage in militancy in the same way that the Palestinians did. They never got a state. Why didn't they get a state? Because it wasn't in the imperial interests. The imperial interest was to do whatever Morocco asked for, because Morocco's a pliant dictatorial monarchy, you know, that has relations with Israel. Why would you theoretically open up the Western Sahara to a group of people who actually listen to their population and might not have good relations with Israel? Boy had a piss cam when they were on Twitch. Yeah, I feel like I am, but the precariousness of streaming, I would prefer not to have a piss cam. I think, Biddle Pudding, once you guys fund me with $1 billion, then I'll be happy to have the piss cam. But we got to get to $1 billion, so I think I think it's pretty tough. God, also, X is back on this bullshit of just feeding me, because I've started tweeting again, and because I guess it's because I interact with, you know, idiots' tweets. It's like, yeah. Any primers for the cause. And I have to listen to this dickless real estate dipshit. Seriously, I know. Patreon piss cam. Isaac's going to set that up. I was 45 minutes behind. I came back in and didn't go live. So I just mentioned piss cam 45 minutes later. Good. What would a guarantee look like for Iran that the US won't bomb? No, I think its Iranian demands have to be met. I think that's it. I think that's it. And I think guarantees for the Palestinians is a serious commitment to international law, but you're right, that's so far away. I'm not saying that's realistic, but that's what I mean about these negotiations. You have to be strict in your positions, because it's so obvious that the US will lie. Chat, he didn't say US dollars. Wait, what's the most expensive dollars? Aren't Arab Emirati dollars way more expensive? So Arab Emirati dollars. It's also Zimbabwean. Oh, wait, I don't know if it is Zimbabwean dollars. The president of the International Criminal Court has just had sanctions imposed on them. Yeah, I need the primes. Now. Give me the damn primes. Prime. That's what I need, baby. Primes all over the place. Does 1 trillion real count? Yes. Yeah, whatever. Which real? No, wait, no. It has to be a specific real. I don't know. Ellie Billionaires in the want to take one for the team. I don't even know if I'd show my penis for $1 billion. Well, obviously I would. I'd never have to do anything again, and I could have money to just do things with. I could build like a big camera. But yeah. Patreon piss cam. Yeah, once Isaac and I hit $1 billion, that's what we're doing. aren't a thing anymore because they just use the dollar. Damn. Law is anti-Semitic. Yeah, upholding international law is anti-Semitic. Okay, guys, on that note, I haven't got much else to talk about. It's been a bit of a slow news day. I apologise for doing the debates when I said I wouldn't. It's literally just it's a bit slow. But we kept them a lot shorter today. It was only an hour 20. So I think I'll probably call it there. Thank you all for watching. I think I'll be live tomorrow. I'll keep you updated. You guys said you like when I post on YouTube about being live, so I'll start doing that again. For Twitch, I can only really do it, I think, through the Discord. So if you're interested in that, it's the Discord's there. Yeah, I'm going to go chill now. No, Scouty Pools, please don't apologize. I understand it. I just, I wouldn't worry about that. I wouldn't be scared. It's fine. It's some idiot, some guy who's clearly not well in the brain. I interact with a lot of people who are not well in the brain on TikTok, and it's yeah. The Cayman Island dollar is a year. See you tomorrow, Juan Polos. They don't make them like you anymore. Thank you for subscribing for 2 months and supporting the channel. My goat, my young goat, my BVB goat. I hope you're enjoying Dortmund and whatever the hell they're up to with Karim Adeyemi. But yeah, see you guys later. Thanks for everything, as always. So deeply appreciated. I hope you have a lovely day, and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.